Chapter 1248. Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, a familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Without turning his head, Duan Ling Tian could tell who the owner of the voice was. It was Nan Gongyi, who had come to Ling Xian Peak with him to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. However, there were two faint sounds of wind approaching him. Therefore, he could easily tell that it was not only Nan Gongyi but Nan Gongchen as well. "You're here." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head lightly. "Duan Ling Tian, did Lu Zhong look for you?" After Nan Gongyi came to Duan Ling Tian's side, he could not help but look at Lu Zhong, who was standing behind Song Ting in the distance. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head in response to Nan Gongyi's question. "You won against him?" Nan Gongyi asked in surprise. "We didn't fight." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Although Lu Zhong had looked for him, he did not attack him. Therefore, it did not matter whether he won or not. "You didn't fight?" This time, it was Nan Gongyi's turn to be surprised. One should know that when Lu Zhong found him, he was furious. If it were not for the fact that he was here to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, and that he was not the culprit, he would have definitely attacked him. However, Duan Ling Tian was different. Lu Zhong's younger brother had died in the hands of Duan Ling Tian. Logically, Lu Zhong would not let him go so easily. "If you were to fight him now, would you be confident?" Nan Gongyi did not ask for the reason, but he was curious. Although Duan Ling Tian had killed Lu Zhong's younger brother, Lu Yi, who was a disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, Duan Ling Tian had taken him by surprise. If Lu Yi had been prepared, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to kill him. After all, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was too low. The boost from his spirit weapon was limited. Lu Yi had died because of his carelessness. If it was Duan Ling Tian from half a year ago, Nan Gongyi was certain he would not be able to defeat Lu Zhong, the disciple of Emperor Wu, who was said to be even more powerful than his younger brother, Lu Yi. Among Emperor Wu's disciples from Ling Xian Peak, his strength was ranked in the top 3. However, now that half a year had passed, he did not know how much Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had recovered, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, Duan Ling Tian had only spent a month to recover his cultivation base from the first-level core formation stage to the first-level void interpretation stage. Now that half a year had passed, how much had Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base recovered? He didn't know about this. Confident? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Nan Gongyi's question. Then, he smiled mysteriously. This made Nan Gongyi even more curious. "Why? Are you confident?" Nan Gongyi could not help but ask again. However, Duan Ling Tian still did not answer him. It made him feel depressed. In the distance, Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's second direct disciple, Song Ting, and Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, had gathered together. This meant that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was about to begin. Song Ting and Zhong'an were the two main judges for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today. Naturally, other than the two judges, there was another group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today. The group of martial emperor's disciples acted as supervisors today to monitor the specific situation of the selection today. "Third junior brother, it's been a long time." Song Ting smiled as he greeted Zhong'an. If one did not know better, one would think that he and Zhong'an were close brothers. "Yes, it's been a long time." "Second senior brother," Zhong'an replied indifferently. Zhong'an replied indifferently with a fake smile on his face. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of hostility. "Since both of us are here, shall we begin the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today?" Song Ting asked. "Let's begin." Zhong'an nodded. At the same time, he looked around and announced in a loud voice, "All martial artists who are participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today, please descend to the stone platform below." The first selection will begin in 15 minutes. As soon as Zhong An's words echoed in the air, the group of people began to descend one after another. They landed on the vast stone platform below like dumplings and stood there. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian and Nangong did not join in the fun. It was only when there were fewer people descending that they stepped on the air and landed on the side of the stone platform. They waited for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers to begin. Nangong Chen, are they your companions? Not long after Duan Lingtian and the other two landed, a voice that deserved a beating sounded in a timely manner. The tone was filled with ridicule. A middle-aged man in a silver robe appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, he did not look at Nangong Chen at all. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian and Nangong Yi intently. I don't think I've seen them before. Does this mean their cultivation base isn't even at the 7th level martial monarch stage? The silver-robed middle-aged man had a mocking smile on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on his words, it was obvious he was someone who had been cultivating at the same place as Nangong Chen for the past 6 months. When Duan Lingtian and the other two first arrived at Lingxian Peak, they were assigned to different places to cultivate. For example, Duan Lingtian was assigned to one place because his cultivation base was below the 4th level martial monarch stage. Nangong Yi's cultivation base was above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. He was assigned to another place. Nangong Chen's cultivation base was above the 7th level martial monarch stage. The place he was assigned to was different from Duan Lingtian and Nangong Yi. Since the silver-robed middle-aged man was assigned to the same place as Nangong Chen, it meant he was above the 7th level martial monarch stage 6 months ago. Moreover, since he dared to disregard Nangong Chen and provoke Duan Lingtian and Nangong Yi in front of Nangong Chen, it meant he was not afraid of Nangong Chen. His strength was on par with Nangong Chen at the very least. He might even be stronger than Nangong Chen. Scram! Nangong Chen, who had a cold expression on his face, shouted. It was rare for him to speak. As Nangong Chen shouted, the silver-robed middle-aged man's face turned completely grave. He glared at Nangong Chen and said fiercely, Nangong Chen, I hope your two companions don't meet me in the selection later on. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die a horrible death. When the silver-robed middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed fiercely as though he was about to devour someone. You'll have to have the ability to make sure we die a horrible death first. Nangong Yi, who did not know what was going on, sneered when he heard the silver-robed middle-aged man's threat. Duan Lingtian was the only one who did not speak from the beginning until the end. He merely glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man coldly before retracting his gaze. A hint of killing intent that was difficult to detect flashed in the depth of his eyes. You'll find out very soon whether I have the ability or not. Even Nangong Chen doesn't dare to say that he can defeat me. You're just a kid who hasn't even stepped into the 7th level martial monarch stage. It'll be as easy as stepping on an ant for me to kill you. The silver-robed middle-aged man continued to mock Nangong Yi when he heard his words. Then, he left under Nangong Yi's furious gaze and stood at the side. Nangong Chen, you can't defeat him. Nangong Yi retracted his gaze and immediately looked at Nangong Chen as he asked. It's a tie. Nangong Chen replied calmly. He was a man of few words. No wonder he's so arrogant to challenge you, me, and Duan Lingtian. Nangong Yi snorted. However, it's one thing for him to challenge you and me, but he actually dares to challenge Duan Lingtian. He's really courting death. Nangong Yi looked at Duan Lingtian when he reached the end of his sentence. However, he noticed that Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he was not enraged by the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. Nangong Yi was instantly disappointed. To Duan Lingtian, the silver-robed middle-aged man's incident was merely a small interlude. He completely tossed it to the back of his mind after a short while. A quarter of an hour passed very quickly. 15 minutes have passed. The first round of selection is about to begin. I wonder what the first round of selection is going to be. We'll find out soon enough. Many people whispered among themselves. They were filled with anticipation and anxiety toward the upcoming selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. There were no more than 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, who could remain calm. Even Nangong Yi had a grave expression on his face. He was vigilant as he waited for the first round of selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers to begin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Ting and Zhong An flew out at the same time. In just a short while, they were above Duan Lingtian and the others. They stood there without saying a word for a long time. What's going on? What's going on? Just when the crowd was puzzled, Song Ting and Zhong An finally made their moves. Their bodies trembled slightly as a majestic aura surged out of their bodies. The aura that belonged to a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage was completely released as it descended menacingly on Duan Lingtian and the others. When the aura of two peak martial royal powerhouses overlapped, it was no longer as simple as 1+1. In the area that was shrouded by the aura, other than Duan Lingtian and a few dozen people, the others were on the verge of collapsing. Boom! After a short while, someone could no longer support himself and fell on his buttocks. His face was ashen. Boom! 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 Following that, more and more people fell. The people who fell first were those who had been cultivating in the same place as Duan Lingtian for the past 6 months. They were all martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage. Under the aura of two peak martial royal powerhouses, they could not support themselves at all. Soon after, other than Duan Lingtian, all the people who had been cultivating in the same place as Duan Lingtian for the past 6 months fell and were eliminated. Humph. A bunch of trash. Song Ting snorted coldly and said disdainfully as he watched the scene below him from the sky. Our Ling Xian Peak doesn't have any strict requirements for those who participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to come. However, it turns out that even if they came, they were just overestimating themselves, Zhong An said calmly. Zhong An said plainly. He, who was also looking down, did not seem to be surprised by this. You want to become a martial emperor's disciple or follower of our Ling Xian Peak with such little strength? They're overestimating themselves. Chapter 1249. All the martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage instantly fell to the ground and could no longer stand up. As for the remaining martial artists above the 4th level martial monarch stage, even the weakest among them could barely withstand Song Ting and Zhong An's aura. Naturally, they were in a sorry state. After a while, Song Ting and Zhong An withdrew their aura. Song Ting glanced at the people on the ground and shouted coldly, "Throw this group of trash out. Do they really think anyone can enter Ling Xian Peak?" The moment Song Ting's words left his mouth, the group of Emperor Wu's followers who had been waiting for a long time made their moves and took the people on the ground away. At once, only a group of people with extraordinary strength, including Duan Lingtian, were left on the vast stone platform. The first round of selection has ended. The second round of selection will begin immediately. Zhong An looked down at the people who passed the first round of selection, including Duan Lingtian, and said slowly. Subsequently, he lifted his hand and shot out a beam of origin energy into the air. Suddenly, the void trembled, and circles of ripples spread out. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and circles of ripples spread out continuously. Inscription formation. At the same time, everyone present on the scene sensed the rich aura of an inscription formation. They knew Zhong An had activated an inscription formation. Among the people standing on the vast stone platform, those who had passed the first round of selection to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, there were quite a few people, including Duan Lingtian, who were not surprised. This was because they had long discovered that there was a hidden inscription formation here. This inscription formation was extraordinary. It was personally set up by an inscription master who was at least at the Emperor Wu's level. If they were not inscription masters themselves, they would not have noticed it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the inscription formation was activated. A translucent cylinder appeared in the air. It was hollowed out from top to bottom so one could pass through it at will. The cylinder was about 100 meters long. The space inside could accommodate about 10 adults at the same level. Any more and it would seem cramped. Apart from that, the translucent cylinder was divided into 7 colors. It was the 7 colors of the rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Gravity ladder formation. The moment he saw the cylinder, Duan Lingtian recognized the inscription formation. This inscription formation was not unfamiliar to him. There were records of this inscription formation in his mind. The gravity ladder formation was an inscription formation that could only be inscribed and set up by an inscription master at the Emperor Wu realm or above. It was not an offensive or defensive inscription formation. If one really wanted to give it a position, it could only be considered as an auxiliary inscription formation. The gravitational stairs formation was mainly set up with a certain number of earth profundity fragments, a large number of supreme-grade origin stones, and some other materials. Once it was activated, it would form a gravitational stairs. The cylindrical object that appeared in front of everyone was a gravitational ladder. From bottom to top, there were 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 colors of the rainbow represented the different degrees of gravity in the gravitational stairs. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to climb the gravitational stairs from the bottom up. That was because the higher one went in the gravitational stairs, the more terrifying the gravity became. This is the gravitational stairs formation. At this moment, Zhong'an began to introduce the gravitational stairs formation. What he introduced was the same as what Duan Lingtian knew from the memories in his mind. There was no difference at all. So, this is the legendary gravitational stairs formation. It's said that only the elites at the martial monarch stage can pass through the gravitational stairs formed by the gravitational stairs formation. It's very difficult for ordinary martial monarch stage martial artists to pass through it. I've heard about it as well. However, as Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples, will definitely be able to pass through it. Let alone Emperor Wu's disciples, even Emperor Wu's followers like us can pass through it easily. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers discussed among themselves. They were confident in their own strength. Naturally, this was also because they had heard of the gravitational stairs formation before. The gravitational stairs formation. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to pass through it without a cultivation base at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Many people sighed. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps a 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist can pass through the gravitational stairs with his profundities that far exceed his cultivation base. That's possible as well. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at Duan Lingtian and the others with interest. They looked forward to seeing Duan Lingtian and the others enter the gravitational stairs. They wanted to see how many people could pass through the gravitational stairs. It's very difficult for those below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass through the gravitational stairs formation. Nan Gongyi looked at the gravitational stairs in the air with a solemn expression. However, there was a gleam of eagerness in the depth of his eyes. Usually, it's very difficult for martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass through it. However, if one has a strong will and has comprehended a profundity that surpasses one's cultivation base, there's still a chance for them to pass through it. Duan Lingtian said. There was a detailed record of the gravitational stairs formation in his memory. He believed that as long as his cultivation base broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, coupled with the familiar yet unfamiliar information in his memory, he would be able to inscribe and set up the gravitational stairs formation himself if he was given sufficient materials. The gravitational stairs is the second round of selection for all of you today. Only those who pass through it will advance to the next round of selection. Zhong'an looked at Duan Lingtian and the others and continued to say. Those who advance to the next round of selection will be considered as Emperor Wu's followers in Lingxian Peak. Even if they can't pass through the third round of selection, they can still stay in Lingxian Peak as Emperor Wu's followers, Song Ting said. Duan Lingtian nodded. At once, apart from Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the people on the vast stone platform lit up. Even Nangong Chen, who had a cold expression and was a man of few words, was no exception. Little E, I'll avenge you very soon. You can temporarily stop on the road to hell and wait for your enemy to kill you. At that time, you can taunt him. In the distance, Lu Zhong glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred. If it was not for the fact that he did not dare to disrupt the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today, he would have killed the enemy who killed his younger brother. In his opinion, it would not be long before he could avenge his younger brother with his own hands. There should be a good show to watch soon. On the other side, an old man stood there. His gaze landed on Lu Zhong as a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Qiao Zhong, what's the good show? Another old man next to the old man asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. The old man called Qiao Zhong smiled faintly. Qiao Zhong was the old man who brought Duan Lingtian to the cultivation place 6 months ago. At that time, he was the one who stopped Lu Zhong when he looked for trouble with Duan Lingtian. He was also Emperor Wu's disciple in Lingxian Peak. However, unlike Lu Zhong, he was on the side of Zhong'an, the third direct disciple of Emperor Wu. As long as I pass this round of selection, I'll be able to become Emperor Wu's follower. On the vast stone platform, many people's eyes lit up. They knew their limits. With their current strength, it was almost impossible for them to become Emperor Wu's disciple. Therefore, they could only settle for the next best thing, which was to become Emperor Wu's follower. As long as they became Emperor Wu's follower, it meant that they would be able to stay in Lingxian Peak and enjoy the cultivation resources there. Moreover, as long as they had sufficient strength in the future, Emperor Wu's follower would have a chance to be promoted to Emperor Wu's disciple. They might even be chosen by Emperor Wu to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Now, the second round of selection will begin. 10 people will form a group and enter from the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Those who come out from the top will be considered to have passed the second round of selection. Song Ting's voice resonated in the air again. As soon as Song Ting's voice left his mouth, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, did not move at all. At this moment, nobody was willing to stand out and be the guinea pig. What? Are all of you going to forfeit? Song Ting asked with a frown when he saw this. At this moment, some people finally moved. They stepped into the air sparsely. After more than 10 breaths, they finally gathered 10 people and stood at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Duan Lingtian glanced at them and realized none of them were above the 7th level martial monarch stage. It'll be difficult for these people to pass the gravitational stairs. He thought to himself. He was familiar with the gravitational stairs formation. Naturally, he was familiar with the gravitational stairs as well. It was almost impossible for martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass the gravitational stairs. Naturally, this only applied to martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage. For martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage, it was not difficult for them to pass the gravitational stairs as long as their comprehension of profundity was strong and their overall strength was strong. Just like him now. Although he was not a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage, it was not difficult for him to pass the gravitational stairs due to the strength of his comprehension of profundity. Go in. Song Ting's expression softened when he saw the 10 people had arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. He said calmly to the 10 people at the entrance of the gravitational stairs. Whoosh! 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 The 10 people standing at the entrance of the gravitational stairs immediately made their moves and rushed into the gravitational stairs. Their lightning-like figures slowed down as soon as they entered the gravitational stairs. The higher the gravitational stairs, the closer it was to the purple part, the stronger the gravity. On the other hand, the lower it was to the red part, the weaker the gravity was. The 10 people exerted all their strength and forced their way into the gravitational stairs. Although their speed gradually slowed down, they still passed through the red part, orange part, yellow part, and green part. They only slowed down when they reached the green part. It seemed like it was extremely difficult for them to continue going up. All 10 of them were stuck at the green part of the gravitational stairs. Chapter 1250. The people on the scene stared at the 10 people on the gravitational stairs without blinking. After the 10 of them arrived at the green section of the gravitational stairs, every step they took was extremely difficult. Some of them might not even make it through. That person's almost there. Soon after, the people on the scene noticed that one of them was so close to making it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Once he made it to the blue section, he would only need to make it to the purple section to pass the gravitational stairs. The reason this person was so close to making it to the green section was that not only did he unleash all of his origin energy and profundities, but he even took out his spirit weapon to resist the strong gravity. He raised both of his hands above his head and held a spirit sword tightly. His body was filled with origin energy from many profundities. It made him look like a giant sword. The tip of the sword was pointing upwards. It was trying its best to divert the endless gravity from the gravitational stairs to the surroundings to reduce the pressure on him. Whoosh! At the same time, he seized the opportunity to soar into the sky and made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Many people's eyes lit up when they thought this person had a chance of making it to the gravitational stairs. Boom! An even more powerful gravity suddenly surged out of the blue section of the gravitational stairs and slammed that person down, causing him to fall from the sky like an arrow. Barf! Under the watchful eyes of the others, this person only managed to spit out a mouthful of blood before he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs. He had lost the opportunity to become Emperor Wu's disciple or follower. I was careless. After he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs, he sighed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before he left dejectedly. He was overjoyed when he made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. That was why he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs. Otherwise, even if he could not make it to the purple section of the gravitational stairs, he would not be in such a wretched state. However, although he was eliminated by the gravitational stairs, he had provided experience for the people who came after him. They could use their spirit weapons to resist the endless gravity in the gravitational stairs. The remaining 9 people also took out their spirit weapons one after another. With the help of their spirit weapons, they successfully made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Unlike the person who was careless earlier, they made it to the blue section step by step. Duan Ling Tian, they've already reached the blue section. Do you think they have a chance to reach the purple section and pass the gravitational stairs? A voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Nangong Yi asking him. It's impossible for them to pass the gravitational stairs. As for reaching the purple section, perhaps one of them can. Duan Ling Tian, who was also paying attention to the situation inside the gravitational stairs, responded promptly after hearing Nangong Yi's question. Among the remaining 9 people, one of them was quite powerful. He was one of the best among the LV6 martial royal realm martial artists. Only one person can reach the purple section. No one can pass the gravitational stairs. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nangong Yi's face turned ugly. He had an impression of the 10 people who had entered the gravitational stairs. They were all people who had cultivated in the same place as him for the past 6 months. They were all above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. Among these people, the strongest ones were even stronger than him. Does this mean I have no chance of passing the gravitational stairs? At the same time, a hint of disappointment could be seen in the depth of Nangong Yi's eyes. A moment later, another person was thrown out of the gravitational stairs. This person wanted to rely on the spirit weapon in his hand to force his way to the purple section of the gravitational stairs. In the end, as soon as the spirit weapon in his hand touched the purple section, it triggered a stronger gravitational force and sent him flying. Sigh. After he was sent flying out of the gravitational stairs, he sighed and left in a daze. As time went by, more and more people were eliminated. In the end, only one person was left. It was also someone Duan Lingtian had high hopes for. This person relied on the spirit weapon in his hand to force his way into the purple section of the gravitational stairs. Just when many people thought he was going to pass the gravitational stairs, he was blasted down and crashed onto the vast stone platform with a loud bang. When he stood up again, his body was covered in blood. He was in a wretched state. I advise all of you not to overestimate yourselves if you don't have a cultivation base above the 7th level martial monarch stage. Before he left, he looked at the people standing on the vast stone platform and said. His words caused many people to feel gloomy. Apart from Duan Lingtian, these people, including Nangong Yi, had yet to enter the 7th level martial monarch stage. Humph. Without a cultivation base above the 7th level martial monarch stage, how dare you dream of becoming Emperor Wu's disciple and follower of Emperor Wu from Lingxian Peak? You're really overestimating yourselves. At this moment, a disdainful low snort broke the silence on the vast stone platform. It was the silver-robed middle-aged man who had provoked Duan Lingtian and the other two. He had a mocking smile on his face. What a stench! Whose mouth is so smelly? Duan Lingtian said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Many people, including Nangong Yi, were enraged. Pfft! Ha ha ha! It's indeed smelly. I can smell it too. After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and could not help but laugh. The group of martial artists, including Nangong Yi, whose cultivation base was below the 7th level martial monarch stage, laughed along with Duan Lingtian's words as they vented their anger to their heart's content. Boy! You're seeking death. The silver-robed middle-aged man finally regained his senses and glared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. If it were not for the fact that he was not allowed to be presumptuous in this place, he would have killed this purple-clad young man immediately to warn others of the consequences of offending him. It smells even worse. Nangong Yi purposely pinched his nose and said in a strange tone. You two brats, follow me into the gravitational stairs if you have the guts. I'll let you know that ants like you won't be able to pass the second round of the gravitational stairs. While the silver-robed middle-aged man glared at Nangong Yi, he looked at Duan Lingtian and provoked him. Nangong Yi's face darkened when he heard this. He really did not have the confidence to pass the gravitational stairs. In his heart, he was already prepared to be eliminated. However, he really did not know how to refute the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. You mean you can pass the gravitational stairs? Pass the second round of the selection? At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and asked calmly. Of course. The silver-robed middle-aged man said as a matter of course. Looks like you're very confident. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man deeply before he looked at Nangong Yi and smiled. Since he's so confident, let's play with him then. All right. Although Nangong Yi did not know what Duan Lingtian was up to, he still agreed to it. In his opinion, although he did not have enough strength to pass the gravitational stairs, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the gravitational stairs with his strength. I'll go as well. Nangong Chen said calmly. Nangong Chen, you'll soon see your two companions being eliminated by the gravitational stairs. Ants who haven't even entered the 7th level martial monarch stage dare to challenge the gravitational stairs. You're overestimating yourself. As the silver-robed middle-aged man rose into the air, he looked at Nangong Chen and mocked him to his heart's content. Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked in a provocative tone. What bet? The silver-robed middle-aged man snorted. Let's bet if the three of us and you can pass the gravitational stairs and pass the second round of the selection. Duan Lingtian said calmly. What bet? What bet? The silver-robed middle-aged man did not want to be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked with a sneer. Let's bet our lives. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across them. Bet our lives. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Even the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, Song Ting and Zhongan, had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Interesting. Zhongan looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and said with a smile, I like this kid. Humph. Unlike Zhongan, Song Ting snorted coldly. It was obvious he recognized Duan Lingtian as the person who killed Lu Yi, Lu Zhong's disciple. When the silver-robed middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned. After a long while, he finally returned to his senses when he sensed everyone's eyes on him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, How do you want to bet? Until now, he was still unwilling to be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. We'll each swear on the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that if any one of us fails to pass the gravitational stairs, or if you pass the gravitational stairs, I'll be killed by the lightning punishment from the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and said word by word, on the other hand, if the three of us pass the gravitational stairs and you fail to pass the gravitational stairs, you'll be killed by the lightning punishment from the 99 heavenly tribulation. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Has this purple-clad young man gone mad? When people regained their senses one after another, they could not help but whisper among themselves. All of them thought Duan Lingtian had gone mad. According to Duan Lingtian's words, if he, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi failed to pass the gravitational stairs, he would die. Even if all of them passed the gravitational stairs, as long as the silver-robed middle-aged man passed the gravitational stairs, he would still die. If all three of them passed the gravitational stairs and the silver-robed middle-aged man failed, he would die. Are you sure you want to bet like this? After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and asked with a smirk on his face. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was digging his own grave. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Do you dare? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone shifted their attention to the silver-robed middle-aged man. He became the center of attention again. Interesting, interesting. Zhongan smiled brilliantly. Song Ting, who was standing at the side, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the purple-clad figure thoughtfully. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 1251. After the silver-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Chen. The sneer on his face deepened. Nangong Chen, your companion wants to bet his life with me. Do you dare to participate? Why wouldn't I dare? Nangong Chen glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man nonchalantly and said calmly, Will do as you say and add my life to the bet. He trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. Half a year ago, if it was not for Duan Lingtian's help, he and his twin brother, Nangong Yi, would have died. It could be said that Duan Lingtian had saved their lives. Putting aside the fact that he had confidence in Duan Lingtian, even if he did not, he would not embarrass Duan Lingtian. Good, very good. When the silver-robed middle-aged man heard Nangong Chen's words, he smiled brilliantly. In that case, the three of us will swear an oath together. The silver-robed middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. His face was filled with eagerness as though he could not wait to see Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen being killed by the lightning punishment. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the others, the three of them swore an oath together. Boom! 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 27 consecutive claps of thunder reverberated in the air. It tore through the sky and pierced the eardrums of the people present on the scene. It echoed the oath made by Duan Lingtian, Nangong Chen, and the silver-robed middle-aged man. Since all of you want to bet your lives. This time, only the four of you will enter the gravitational stairs and participate in the second round of selection, Zhong'an said slowly. He nodded his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at Song Ting and asked with a smile, "Second senior brother, do you have any objections?" "No objections." Song Ting replied nonchalantly. "Nangong Chen, you and this fellow who overestimates himself will be killed by the lightning punishment soon." The silver-robed middle-aged man glanced at Nangong Chen and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked, "Kid, you'll soon find out that the life wager you initiated will cost you your life." "I'll wait and see." Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change in the face of the silver-robed middle-aged man's mockery. "Let's go." Immediately after, he called out to the Nangong brothers and led them to the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Above their heads were the 7-colored gravitational stairs. The part closest to them was the red part of the gravitational ladder, which was also the part with the weakest gravity. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs, the silver-robed middle-aged man also arrived. The mocking smile on his face never faded. "You go first." Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Nangong Yi and said via voice transmission, "Don't care about anything. Take out your spirit weapon and charge up with your strongest strength and fastest speed." "Alright." Just like Nangong and Chen, Nangong Yi trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he immediately made his move without another word. Boom! Nangong Yi's origin energy and profundity energy exploded from his body. Then, he took out his spirit weapon and soared into the air. He charged into the gravitational stairs and charged up with all his might. "You overestimate yourself." The silver-robed middle-aged man sneered and soared into the air unhurriedly. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Kid, don't say that I'm bullying the weak. You go first." When he reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face became even more pronounced. Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony with him. He soared into the air and followed after Nangong Yi. When Duan Lingtian entered the gravitational stairs, the silver-robed middle-aged man and Nangong Chen soared into the air. They entered the gravitational stairs at almost the same time and charged all the way up. Whoosh! As the first person to enter the gravitational stairs and a 6th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, Nangong Yi successfully reached the blue section of the gravitational stairs with the help of the spirit weapon in his hand. After the blue section, it would be the purple section. After that, he would be considered to have passed the gravitational stairs and passed the second round of selection. However, Nangong Yi was currently stuck in the blue section. He could not enter the purple section because the gravity there was too strong. "There's nothing I can do." At this moment, Nangong Yi's heart was filled with helplessness. At the same time, he hated himself for being too weak. If Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen were killed by the 99 Heavenly Tribulations lightning punishment because he did not pass the gravitational stairs, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. The moment Nangong Yi thought of this, he became anxious immediately. He charged up with all his might in an attempt to enter the purple section and pass through the purple section to pass through the gravitational stairs. "I must pass through the gravitational stairs. I must pass through the gravitational stairs." Boom! Just as Nangong Yi unleashed all his energy and charged up with the spirit weapon in his hand. He was shocked to discover something. Unlike the strong gravity he encountered when he entered the purple section of the gravitational stairs previously, apart from successfully entering the purple section this time, he also felt that the gravity in the purple section was extremely weak. It was even weaker than the gravity in the red section of the gravitational stairs. Whoosh! While he was filled with confusion, Nangong-yi charged through the last hurdle of the gravitational stairs and successfully passed through the gravitational stairs. He was the first person to pass through the gravitational stairs today. Whoosh! After Nangong-yi charged out of the gravitational stairs, the crowd of onlookers fell silent. Gulp! Gulp! On the vast stone platform, the group of people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers gulped hard. The scene before their eyes shocked them. Nangong-yi was no stranger to martial artists who were above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. He had been cultivating in the same place as them for the past 6 months. Isn't he a 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist? How can he pass through the gravitational stairs like it's a game? They found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the other group of people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were at the 7th level martial monarch stage. They had long recognized that Nangong-yi was not a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage. When they heard the whispers in front of them, they found out Nangong Chen's exact cultivation base. They found it strange and surprising. The gravitational stairs are formed by the gravitational stairs formation. Could there be a problem with the gravitational stairs formation? It's hard to say. Theoretically, even a 7th level martial monarch stage martial artist wouldn't be able to pass through the gravitational stairs so quickly, let alone a 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist. There's something strange about this. It's indeed strange. Many people felt that something was amiss. It was completely out of their expectations that Nangong-yi could pass through the gravitational stairs so easily. What's going on? At this moment, even Zhongan and Song Ting, the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu, could not help but look at each other. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. The strength that Nangong-yi had just displayed was something that they had all seen clearly. With his strength, it was impossible for him to even enter the purple section of the gravitational stairs, let alone pass through the gravitational stairs. At this moment, they also wondered if there was a problem with the gravitational stairs formation. Impossible. At the same time, the silver-robed middle-aged man who was in the gravitational stairs also discovered that Nangong-yi had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs in the second round of selection. He was shocked and in disbelief. Nothing's impossible. In the next moment, a calm voice reverberated in his ears like thunder. When he returned to his senses, he discovered that apart from the purple-clad young man who had entered the gravitational stairs before him, even Nangong Chen's speed was ridiculously fast. In just a blink of an eye, he discovered that the 2 people he wanted to kill had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs after Nangong-yi. At this moment, he was the only one left in the huge gravitational stairs. No! The silver-robed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He did not even have time to think about anything else. He immediately realized the danger that was about to befall him. He quickly took out his spiritual weapon and wanted to pass through the gravitational stairs as soon as possible. He still had a chance. Even if the 3 of them passed through the gravitational stairs, he would not be the one to die as long as he passed through it. Of course, if he could not pass through the gravitational stairs, he would be the one to die. It's a piece of cake for me to pass through the gravitational stairs. Even at this moment, the silver-robed middle-aged man was still full of confidence. Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen passed through the gravitational stairs together. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It seemed like they were not affected by the gravity in the gravitational stairs at all. After Nangong-yi, the 2 of them passed through the gravitational stairs easily as well. It left a deep impression on everyone. Is there really a problem with the gravitational stairs? Song Ting and Zhongan looked at each other again. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty. Soon, they realized that there seemed to be a problem with the gravitational stairs. Boom! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the seven-colored gravity in the gravitational stairs stirred. In the end, it seemed to gather and landed on the silver-robed middle-aged man. No! Soon after, the crowd heard a shrill and unwilling scream. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the silver-robed middle-aged man was enveloped by the seven-colored gravity. The energy on his spirit weapon and body was completely annihilated. Boom! Another loud sound reverberated. The silver-robed middle-aged man was forcefully thrown out of the gravitational stairs. He's finished. Many people thought to themselves when they saw the silver-robed middle-aged man being thrown out of the gravitational stairs. Almost at the same time, the sky darkened. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, and at the same time, a clear and deafening sound of thunder resounded. No! No! Hearing the thunder, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked as though he had seen a ghost. He moved his body and wanted to escape. However, could he escape? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 99 heavenly tribulations lightning punishment landed. The silver-robed middle-aged man was blasted into pieces. Even his profundity fragment was no exception. Only a spatial ring was left. It was all alone. The silver-robed middle-aged man died just like that. He died completely. He had bet his life. Moreover, he had made an oath using the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation. No one could violate it. Once they violated it, they would be killed by the lightning punishment no matter where they were. Duan Lingtian, what happened just now? Originally, Nangong Yi was puzzled about how he had somehow passed through the gravitational stairs. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen had passed through the gravitational stairs at lightning speed. This made him even more puzzled. Although he knew Duan Lingtian and Chen Lingtian had the ability to pass through the gravitational stairs, it was impossible for them to be so fast. Chapter 1252. Whoosh! While Nangong Yi was questioning Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the place where the silver-robed middle-aged man was killed by the lightning punishment and put away the spatial ring that the silver-robed middle-aged man had left behind. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Isn't it obvious? The three of us passed the gravitational stairs, but he didn't. That's why he was killed by the lightning punishment. After Duan Lingtian returned to Nangong and Zhongling's side, he finally opened his mouth to reply to Nangong Yi. However, Nangong Yi could tell that Duan Lingtian was just brushing him off. He increasingly felt that the earlier incident had something to do with Duan Lingtian, including the fact that he had successfully passed the gravitational stairs and the sudden change in the gravitational stairs that sent the silver-robed middle-aged man who was stronger than him flying. However, he could tell that Duan Lingtian had no intention of telling him. Therefore, he did not ask any further questions even though he had a million questions in his heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! While everyone present was still in shock from the earlier incident, Song Ting and Zhongan, the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, had arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. At this moment, the gravitational stairs that were divided into 7 colors that represented the 7 levels of neutrality had returned to normal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Song Ting and Zhongan looked at each other before they moved at the same time and disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, everyone saw their figures appear in the gravitational stairs. Moreover, they quickly passed through the gravitational stairs. From the beginning until the end, the short-lived energy in their bodies was not even enough to activate the heaven and earth energy, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Song Ting and Zhongan appeared again, they were already in front of Duan Lingtian. What did you do earlier? Song Ting asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gaze. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Song Ting's questioning tone. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though his expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. You're not bad. If Master was here, I think he'd definitely like you. Unlike Song Ting, Zhongan was quite friendly to the Duan Lingtian. He looked at the Duan Lingtian from head to toe and seemed to be very interested in the Duan Lingtian. The master he was referring to was naturally the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, the master of Ling Xian Peak. Whether it was Zhongan or Song Ting, he didn't notice anything unusual when he passed through the gravitational stairs. There was only one possibility. That was the purple-clothed young man's doing. Although they didn't know how he did it, this was the only possibility. He likes me, but I don't necessarily like him. Upon hearing Zhong An's words, Duan Lingtian replied calmly. For a moment, the smile on Zhong An's face became a little forced. How dare you? Just as Song Ting's face darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, a loud shout resonated in the air. Then, a figure appeared behind Song Ting and glared at Duan Lingtian. He continued to shout in a deep voice, "Boy, how dare you disrespect Lord Emperor Wu so rudely? You should be killed." The person who appeared was none other than Lu Zhong. Initially, Lu Zhong was already upset when he saw Duan Lingtian winning the bet. However, he could only choose to wait for an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Initially, he thought he would only have a chance to kill Duan Lingtian in the third round of the selection. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would dare to blaspheme their Ling Xian Peak's Lord Martial Emperor. He instantly realized this was an opportunity. An opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian legitimately. What? You can't wait to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Zhong. I don't know what you mean by that. All I know is that you disrespected Lord Emperor Wu, so you should die. Senior brother Song, senior brother Zhong, please let me kill this boy as a warning to others. Lu Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Song Ting and Zhongan and asked respectfully. This time, Zhongan did not speak. Although he found Duan Lingtian pleasing to the eye, Duan Lingtian's words had completely enraged him. A dragon had a reverse scale that would kill anyone who touched it. And his master was his reverse scale. For this reason, he acquiesced to Lu Zhong's request. Go. As for Song Ting, his eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was about to devour him. Yes. When Lu Zhong heard Song Ting's words, his eyes brightened. He was extremely excited. He had been waiting for a long time. He could finally avenge his younger brother. Boy, how dare you kill my brother? I'll kill you today. As Lu Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian again, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. However, while that was what he said through his voice transmission, he said something else with his mouth. Boy, how dare you disrespect Lord Emperor Wu of our Ling Xian Peak? Forget about the fact that you won't be able to become Emperor Wu's disciple or follower. From today onward, you'll leave this world forever. I, Lu Zhong, will kill you today and send you on your way to show the might of our Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. Lu Zhong's words were dignified. At the same time, he stepped into the air and walked toward Duan Lingtian. Each step he took was faster than the previous one. Every step he took caused the air to tremble as the sound of air exploding rose and fell. I think you want to avenge your bandit brother, right? Duan Lingtian mocked Lu Zhong, who was charging toward him menacingly. Whatever you say. Anyway, you won't be able to escape death today no matter what. Lu Zhong did not care about Duan Lingtian's words. The origin energy on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Many profundities followed him like shadows, making him look like a god of war who was ready to attack at any time. At the same time, everyone present, including the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhongan, had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and Lu Zhong. Even the Nangong brothers were no exception. They had received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, so they moved to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian and Lu Zhong without blinking. Other than being senior brother Song Ting's right-hand man, senior brother Lu Zhong is also ranked in the top 3 among our Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man is going to be unlucky. These were the thoughts of the group of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Lu Zhong. On the other hand, the group of people who participated in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. They hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to fight for them. After all, to a certain extent, they were not considered as people from Ling Xian Peak. Even the 2 Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhongan, did not think Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat Lu Zhong, even though they thought Duan Lingtian was strange. They knew Lu Zhong's ability. He could be ranked in the top 3 among all of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples. Boy, if there's an afterlife, remember that not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Lu Zhong's voice resonated again. It was filled with a hint of ruthlessness. This time, he took out his spirit weapon. With a flash of his body, he disappeared before most people's eyes. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. When he disappeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above his head also rushed out rapidly. Its target was Duan Lingtian. 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. This was Lu Zhong's ability. Lu Zhong's speed was ridiculously fast in the eyes of the crowd, including the Nangong brothers. It was so fast that it was difficult to capture his movement. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Lu Zhong's speed was so slow that it was pitiful. He only had to lift a hand casually to grab the spirit weapon in Lu Zhong's hand. Smack! A crisp sound rang when he caught Lu Zhong's spirit weapon with his bare hands, causing the entire place to fall silent. Many people had a look of disbelief on their faces. They could not believe that everything before their eyes was real. Impossible! As the person involved, Lu Zhong was the first to react. He stared at the purple-clad young man who was close to him in shock and shook his head in a daze. Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, the 5-colored energy that had just appeared on his body suddenly soared. It was as though it had transformed into a 5-colored giant beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit Lu Zhong. In an instant, Lu Zhong was directly swallowed. Not even his bones were left behind. He followed in the footsteps of his younger brother, Lu Yi. After Lu Zhong's entire body turned into ashes, only a few profundity fragments and a spatial ring were left behind. Duan Lingtian conveniently kept all of them. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also withdrew the 5-colored energy on his body. It was as though it had never appeared in the first place. In fact, the heaven and earth phenomenon did not even have time to appear from the moment the 5-colored energy appeared until it disappeared. From this, one could see how fast Duan Lingtian's attack was. Even the heaven and earth energy did not have time to react. Silence. The scene was dead silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing and the sound of people inhaling cold air. The Nangong brothers were dumbfounded by the scene that they had just witnessed. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian must have improved a lot in the past 6 months, they did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to improve so much. Lu Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, who had used his spirit weapon, could unleash the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, he was killed by Duan Lingtian in just 1 blow. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duan Lingtian not use his spirit weapon, but he did not even make any obvious movements. He killed Lu Zhong with just the raging flame-like energy that erupted from his body. He's too powerful. I'm afraid his strength is at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He killed senior brother Lu Zhong as easily as stepping on an ant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian became the focus of everyone's attention. This was because the strength that he had displayed earlier was too terrifying. It was shocking. Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to Lingxian Peak? At this moment, Song Ting also snapped back to reality. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and asked sternly. Chapter 1253. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as Song Ting questioned sternly. Apart from the Nangong twins, the rest of the people were curious. That was right. This purple-clad young man's ability was on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, it was strange that he came to participate in the selection of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. There were many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who were more powerful than Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. Among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's ability was at most in the middle. In their opinion, a peak martial monarch powerhouse like Duan Lingtian who had such ability since the beginning should have chosen Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who were more powerful to be their direct disciple. What purpose could I have? Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Song Ting indifferently in the face of his question. He shrugged lazily and said, "You're thinking too much, aren't you? It seems like you won't tell me if I don't attack." Song Ting's face darkened, and his tone became even colder. What? You want to attack me? Duan Lingtian laughed. His smile was brilliant, and as he laughed, his eyes unconsciously narrowed. Do you think you're invincible just because you killed one person from Lingxian Peak? You should know that the Lu Zhong you killed was just an ordinary Emperor Wu's disciple from Lingxian Peak. Song Ting's tone was firm. I admit that you're strong, but if you think I'm as useless as Lu Zhong, then I must say that you're stupid. No matter what, Lu Zhong was still someone close to him. As the saying went, one had to look at the master before beating a dog. The purple-clad young man had killed Lu Zhong in front of him. It was equivalent to slapping him in the face, causing him to be humiliated. At this moment, he seemed to be able to sense the mocking gazes from all directions. Even Zhong'an who was standing at the side was shocked. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him would dare to kill Lu Zhong, the dog, who was the best at biting people around Song Ting. It had to be said that at this moment, he was secretly pleased. Zhong'an, this person's identity is mysterious. I'm afraid he has a motive for coming to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Let's work together to subdue him and force him to reveal Lingxian Peak's motive. If he refuses to speak, we will kill him to prevent future troubles. Meanwhile, Song Ting's voice transmission entered into Zhong'an's ears. Zhong'an frowned slightly. To be honest, he was not willing to fight alongside Song Ting. However, the identity of the purple-robed young man before him was indeed mysterious. He had to be wary of him. Although he and Song Ting were on opposite sides, they were still on the same side when it came to the safety of Lingxian Peak. Thus, he flew out and stood beside Song Ting. The two of them faced off against Duan Lingtian. Senior Marshal Brother Zhong'an wants to join forces with Senior Marshal Brother Song Ting. This scene shocked many people. This Duan Lingtian. I can't believe. Nearby, Xiao Zhong stood there with his mouth agape. He could not regain his senses for a long time. When Duan Lingtian easily killed Lu Zhong, he was already shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he had long known that Duan Lingtian was powerful, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. However, when he saw Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, and Song Ting standing together against Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel agitated. This Duan Lingtian had actually caused two direct disciples who were usually at odds with each other to join forces against him. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. Whether it's Senior Marshal Brother Song Ting or Senior Marshal Brother Zhong'an, they're both Emperor Wu's direct disciples of Lingxian Peak. This purple-clad young man's strength is at most on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciples. It's fine if it's one-on-one, but it's impossible for him to win if it's 2 against 1. How do you know his strength is at most on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciples? Humph. As everyone knows, Emperor Wu's direct disciples are already at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The only people who are more powerful than Emperor Wu's direct disciples are Emperor Wu's powerhouses. Don't tell me you think he's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu's powerhouses? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to gain the upper hand against the 2 direct disciples. Your strength is truly admirable. I'm Zhong'an, the 3rd direct disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Ling Xian Emperor Wu. I'd like to know why you're participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at Ling Xian Peak with your strength. Zhong'an looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, as far as I know, at this time, all the Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses in the inner land of Cloud Continent should be holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at their cultivation places. Why are you asking him so much? I can tell he's not a good person with just one look. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Song Ting spoke coldly as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in the air, accompanied by a vast airwave that swept out from all directions. The airwave set off a series of thunderous explosions and turned into gusts of strong wind. It blew so hard that everyone present, except for Zhong'an, had to squint their eyes instinctively. Although they did not see what happened clearly, they could tell that Duan Lingtian and Song Ting had fought. Song Ting, Zhong'an's face turned grave. He did not expect Song Ting to be so impatient. Naturally, he knew Song Ting's plan. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before he could speak so that he could vent his own desires. Whoosh! Although Zhong'an had guessed Song Ting's intention, he could not just stand by and watch. This was because he could tell that Song Ting was no match for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, although he was prepared to make a move, he did not plan to cooperate with Song Ting to kill Duan Lingtian. At most, he would cooperate to suppress Duan Lingtian and force him to reveal Ling Xian Peak's purpose. If his purpose was simple, Ling Xian Peak might have a 4th direct disciple of Emperor Wu. When Zhong'an thought about how Duan Lingtian might become his 4th junior brother, he was so excited that he was even more tactful when he attacked. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian's strength did not allow him to be tactful. Boom! 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 As the deafening sounds reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian fought Song Ting and Zhong'an, the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu, on his own. Both Song Ting and Zhong'an had taken out their own spirit tools. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian fought Song Ting and Zhong'an empty-handed as usual. However, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was even gaining the upper hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Song Ting and Zhong'an used a sword and a saber respectively. After a long battle, they finally decided to fight with all their might. As they were both direct disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, when they attacked, the saber and sword shadows whistled through the air. Their coordination was flawless as they charged toward Duan Lingtian in a ferocious manner. The saber and sword shadows crisscrossed in a torturous manner. Wherever they passed, the onlookers would avoid them. The group of people standing on the vast stone platform below also stepped into the air and dodged to the side. As the saber and sword shadows fell, the vast stone platform was cut into countless pieces as though it was tofu. There was not a single piece that was neat. The stone platform that had countless cracks began to crumble under the force of the 2 people's strength. It turned into ruins in just a blink of an eye. There was not a single piece that was complete. Moreover, as the 2 people attacked, some of the rubble on the vast stone platform that had turned into ruins rose into the air. They were completely attracted by the two people's powerful strength. When the two people attacked, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered into a vast heaven and earth phenomenon. In the void above their heads, 7 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared respectively. This meant that their attacks contained the strength of 7 ancient black dragons. Oh my god! He's so powerful as well. Many people were shocked by the full strength of Song Ting and Zhong, and someone could not help but exclaim in surprise, causing everyone's attention to shift to the other side. Everyone shifted their attention to the other side. A purple-clad young man was standing there. The purple-clad young man stood there. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. As for his headband, it had long been shattered by the powerful force. 5 colored flames shot up into the sky from the purple-clad young man's body, emitting waves of terrifying aura. At this moment, 7 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared in the void above his head. This meant that his strength was not inferior to Song Ting and Zhong'an. No wonder Zhong'an and I couldn't take him down earlier. It turns out that he's already used the strength of 7 ancient black dragons from the beginning. When Song Ting saw this, he was not shocked. Instead, he smiled. However, now that Zhong'an and I have unleashed our full strength, our strength is not inferior to his. The moment Song Ting thought of this, killing intent filled his eyes. Who's he exactly? He can unleash the strength of 7 ancient black dragons without using any spirit weapons. At this moment, many people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. When their exclamations entered Song Ting's ears, it caused his heart to tremble, and his expression changed drastically. Only then did he regain his senses. That was right. His opponent had displayed such a powerful strength without using any spirit weapons. Third junior brother, we must kill him before he takes out his spirit weapons. Otherwise, we'll be the ones who die today. Song Ting hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Zhong, and who was charging towards Duanling Tian with him at the same time. When Zhong'an heard Song Ting's voice transmission, he shuddered and finally regained his senses. Earlier, he was also stunned by the strength Duanling Tian displayed without using any spirit weapons. At that moment, he knew his opponent's strength was far above him and Song Ting. Now that he heard Song Ting's reminder, his expression was extremely solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Once his opponent took out his spirit weapons, he and Song Ting would definitely lose miserably. At that time, not only Song Ting, but even he would be meat on his opponent's chopping board. Chapter 1254. Duanling Tian remained calm in the face of the 2 great Emperor Wu's direct disciples who were charging at him at lightning speed. It wasn't until the 2 of them were right in front of him that he made a move. The overwhelming saber light and sword shadows were right in front of him. To be more precise, it was not him who made a move, it was the 5-colored flame that surged on his body that made a move. Boom! The 5-colored flame trembled, causing the air to tremble. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Seeing that Song Ting and Zhong'an's attacks were about to land on Duanlingtian's body, the 5-colored flame trembling violently around Duanlingtian's body suddenly transformed into the shape of a sword. In an instant, Duanlingtian seemed to have transformed into a gigantic 5-colored sword as he slashed down at the 2 people who were charging at him. It was as though he was splitting the sky and splitting the earth. Boom! 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 Wherever the gigantic sword passed, the air trembled and a series of deafening explosions were heard. It was earth-shattering. The rolling airwaves seemed to have transformed into a violent storm that swept out in all directions. Have mercy! Before most of the people present had the time to react, an anxious cry came from afar, causing many people to be shocked. They raised their heads one after another, wanting to see who it was. At this moment, boom! The crowd only saw a person standing next to Song Ting and Zhong'an, who were standing in front of Duanling Tian. Before they could see who it was, they heard an even more terrifying explosion. The explosion was so loud that it was as though the sky and earth were falling apart. A rolling shockwave spread out in all directions with the loud noise as the center. It sent the surrounding group of people flying. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples were still fine. They were only sent flying for more than 10 steps. On the other hand, the Emperor Wu's followers and the group of people who came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers were sent flying far away. Some of the people with a lower cultivation base turned pale as blood spurted from their mouths. It was obvious that they were severely injured. What a powerful force! The collision of two forces caused a shockwave. Such a force has exceeded the martial monarch stage. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples were shocked and stared ahead. Only then did they realize. Whether it was Song Ting or Zhong'an, they were both sent flying far away. Their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper, and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. And at the place where the loud sound came from, which was also the center of the shockwave, stood two people. Aside from the purple-clothed youth, there was another person. It was a middle-aged man in plain clothes. The middle-aged man stood there as if he was one with the world. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was the kind of man that could not be found in a crowd. However, his complexion was not very good right now. He was slightly pale. Pooh! Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he staggered back 2 steps and looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him with fear. You're Emperor Wu. The purple-clad young man was naturally Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he was prepared to kill Song Ting and Zhong'an, the 2 direct disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, with a swing of his sword. Who knew the middle-aged man in front of him would appear at the critical moment and save the 2 of them in time? First level Emperor Wu stage. Your spirit profound Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. It was obvious he could see the other party's cultivation base. If the middle-aged man in front of him was really spirit-profound Emperor Wu, then he would be disappointed. This was completely different from the spirit-profound Emperor Wu that he had imagined. Emperor Wu stage first level. Spirit-profound Emperor Wu. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it attracted everyone's attention. He's Lord Emperor Wu. When the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers looked at the middle-aged man, they were shocked. At the same time, a hint of suspicion could be seen in their eyes. They did not dare to believe it. Their Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu was at a disadvantage to someone who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. It was too unbelievable. He's spirit-profound Emperor Wu. The group of people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, including the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, were all staring at the middle-aged man in front of Duan Lingtian with their mouths agape. Impossible. If he's spirit-profound Emperor Wu, doesn't that mean the purple-clad young man can defeat spirit-profound Emperor Wu? That's right. This middle-aged man is at a disadvantage in front of him. As far as I know, only when Emperor Wu elites fight each other will there be shockwaves. Maybe they're both Emperor Wu elites. If this purple-clad young man is an Emperor Wu elite, why did he come to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Ling Xian Peak? Maybe he's here to make a scene. Who knows? As the group of people discussed among themselves, their faces were filled with confusion and doubt. An Emperor Wu elite? The 2 brothers, Nangong Chen, glanced at Duan Lingtian and then looked at each other. They saw an inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. He can't really be Lord Emperor Wu, right? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Ling Xian Peak had bitter expressions. If this middle-aged man was really spirit-profound Emperor Wu, then Ling Xian Peak would really be humiliated this time. Although they were disciples and followers of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, they had never seen spirit-profound Emperor Wu in person. Therefore, they were not sure if the middle-aged man in front of them was Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. However, based on the middle-aged man's performance earlier, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage in front of the purple-clad young man. If he was really Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, he would definitely become a laughing stock once the news of today's incident spread. At that time, the people outside would say, Ling Xian Peak's Spirit Profound Emperor Wu was no match for a person who participated in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers. How ironic would that be? Whether he is Lord Emperor Wu or not. I'm afraid only senior brother Song Ting and senior brother Zhong'an will know. As one of Emperor Wu's disciples spoke, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers all looked at Song Ting and Zhong'an expectantly. Now, the two of them who were seriously injured finally recovered after taking healing elixirs. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. When they raised their heads to look at the purple-clad young man in the distance again, they were greatly shocked. Emperor Wu Elite. He is actually Emperor Wu Elite. They never expected that the purple-clad young man who came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers was actually an Emperor Wu Elite. An Emperor Wu Elite came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers? No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure out why he would do this. Soon after, their eyes moved away from the purple-clad young man and landed on the middle-aged man who was standing opposite the purple-clad young man. They bowed respectfully. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. When the group of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers heard Song Ting and Zhong'an addressing the middle-aged man, their tense nerves finally relaxed. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. So, it's Lord Emperor Wu's eldest direct disciple, senior brother Zhou Di. This is my first time seeing senior brother Zhou Di. Senior brother Zhou Di is as elusive as Lord Emperor Wu in our Ling Xian Peak. I just didn't expect senior brother Zhou Di to be an Emperor Wu Elite. According to the purple-clad young man, senior brother Zhou Di is at the first-level Emperor Wu stage. However, I wonder where this purple-clad young man came from. Even senior brother Zhou Di, who's at the first-level Emperor Wu stage, was at a disadvantage in front of him. The group of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers discussed among themselves. Their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was far away in unison, causing him to become the center of attention. Everyone, including Nangong and his brother, looked at Duan Lingtian after briefly glancing at Zhou Di. So, it's not Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. However, with Zhou Di's ability, he's undoubtedly the strongest person in Ling Xian Peak after Emperor Wu. Yet, he's still at a disadvantage in front of him. Don't tell me he's really here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak? If that's the case, I'm afraid the title of the strongest person in Ling Xian Peak after Emperor Wu will have to change. Many people whispered among themselves. Some of the smarter ones looked at Nangong and his brother. Some of them more or less knew Nangong and his brother. Nangong Chen, you seem to know him. Nangong Yi, I remember you were with him when I first met you. Did you already know he's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Many people asked Nangong and his brother curiously. Nangong and his brother looked at each other. They were speechless and shocked at the same time. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian still held back his ability. It's impossible for him to have the ability that's comparable to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in just half a year, right? In their hearts, other than shock, there was only shock. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Zhou Di who was confronting Duan Lingtian, both of them had already restrained their energy when the shockwave swept out. That was why the heaven and earth phenomenon did not appear. Due to this reason, the people present could only deduce that their abilities were comparable to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu based on their conversation and the shockwave that appeared earlier. He's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Qiao Zhong, who was standing in the distance, finally regained his senses from the shock. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He did not expect the purple-clad young man whom he personally received half a year ago would be a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Qiao Zhong felt a chill in his heart when he recalled how cold he was to him. He felt that he was so close to death. "Both of you, come here." At this moment, Zhou Di spoke calmly. It was obvious he was calling out to Song Ting and Zhong'an. When Song Ting and Zhong'an heard this, they did not dare to delay. They hurriedly went to Zhou Di's side and lowered their heads as they greeted him respectfully again, eldest senior brother. In front of Zhou Di, Song Ting and Zhong'an were as docile as cats. "Both of you, apologize," Zhou Di said to Song Ting and Zhong'an as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Apologize?" Chapter 1255. Then, the two of them realized that their eldest senior brother wanted them to apologize to the purple-clad young man in front of them. Eldest senior brother, although Song Ting was shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had just displayed, he could not bring himself to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was unwilling to do so. However, he was interrupted by Zhou Di as soon as he spoke. Zhou Di said calmly, "He's master's guest." Zhou Di emphasized the word guest. Master's guest? Song Ting was stunned when he heard Zhou Di's words. "Sir, I didn't know you were master's guest. Please forgive me for offending you." At this moment, Zhong'an bowed to Duan Lingtian and apologized. Although the other party looked frighteningly young, the strength that he had just displayed was enough for him to bow and apologize. Moreover, who knew if the other party was a demon emperor powerhouse? Song Ting took a deep breath and apologized as well. Now, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to act recklessly. What a joke! Eldest senior brother Zhou Di had already said that the other party was master's guest. If he continued to act recklessly, it would mean that he did not respect master. Because of this, he did not dare to act recklessly even if he had 10 times the courage. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhong'an and Song Ting's apology. His gaze fell on Zhou Di as he asked curiously, "Does Spirit Master Emperor Wu know me?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was not Spirit Master Emperor Wu, but Spirit Master Emperor Wu's direct disciple. "Sir, you must be joking. If Master doesn't know you, why would he ask me to invite you over to have a chat with him?" Zhou Di said to Duan Lingtian, "Sir, please follow me." After saying that, he turned around and left. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His heart was filled with curiosity and doubt as he followed closely behind. After Duan Lingtian left with Zhou Di, although there were many people in the air above the vast platform that had been turned into ruins, the atmosphere at this moment was deathly silent, so quiet that it was frightening. After a short while, they recovered from their shock, and their faces and eyes were filled with shock. "Guest? That purple-clothed young man is Emperor Wu's guest." Everyone was shocked. "Song Ting, you seem to be a little abnormal today, as if you can't wait to kill that person. Could it be that he has some deep grudge with you? I'm going to die because of you today." Zhong'an looked at Song Ting and complained through voice transmission, "Don't tell me it's only because of Lu Zhong's death." When he heard Zhong'an's voice transmission, the slightly dazed Song Ting finally reacted. Unknowingly, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. He wanted to kill that person because of Lu Zhong's death. To be more precise, it was because of the death of Lu Zhong and his brother. Before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Someone had killed his subordinates time and time again, and he felt that his dignity was being challenged. That was why he wanted to kill that person at lightning speed. However, who would have thought that the person not only had a strength that was comparable to Emperor Wu's, but also surpassed his great senior brother. Moreover, the person was his master's guest. If he had known this earlier, he would not have made things difficult for the person and would not have fallen deeper and deeper. "I hope master won't blame me for this." At this moment, Song Ting finally felt afraid. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's guest. Why haven't I heard Duan Lingtian mention this before? Nangong and his brother looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. However, when they recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, their hearts were filled with shock. The second round of the selection will continue. Finally, Zhongan caught his breath and announced. Everyone present recovered from their shock one by one, and their attention shifted to the second round of selection that was about to begin. On the other side. I don't think I know that spirit profound Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian followed Zhou Di and frowned slightly. His heart was filled with doubts. Finally, under Zhou Di's lead, Duan Lingtian met the spirit profound Emperor Wu. They met the spirit profound Emperor Wu on a stone platform that was surrounded by clouds at the side of Lingxian Peak. Behind the clouds, there was a small stone platform. On top of the stone platform, there was a house with a small courtyard. It looked very simple. In the small courtyard, there was a stone table quietly standing there, and there was a stone bench on both sides of it. Master, the guest is here. After Zhou Di brought Duan Lingtian over, he bowed to the person sitting in front of the stone table. His tone was filled with respect. The person sitting in front of the stone table was a young man. When he turned his head to look at Duan Lingtian, his face was completely revealed in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. It's you. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked because it was not the first time he had seen this person. I originally said that you had a chance of comprehending the sword profundity. It seems like I was wrong. You have already comprehended the sword profundity. The young man, who was the spirit profound Emperor Wu, looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. When Duan Lingtian followed Zhou Di over, his body was filled with sword profundity. As a sword cultivator, the spirit profound Emperor Wu could easily see through it. Same here. I was wrong. So you're the spirit profound Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The spirit profound Emperor Wu in front of him was none other than the person he had met at the peak of Lingxian Peak. Yang Hui. He still remembered that when he first met Yang Hui was using his spiritual energy to control the sword. At that time, he thought Yang Hui was an inscription master, so he did not use his spiritual energy to check his cultivation base. Now, it seemed like Yang Hui might not be an inscription master. Emperor Wu was a powerhouse and could release his spiritual energy. Not to mention controlling the sword with his spiritual energy, he could even attack or defend with his spiritual energy. Thanks to your guidance that day, I finally managed to raise my sword profundity to the next level. Coincidentally, my cultivation base also managed to break through to the next level after I raised my sword profundity. The spirit profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind gaze. He did not have the arrogance of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Have a seat. Yang Hui gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit in front of the stone table. Zhou Di, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Although he knew the purple-clad young man in front of him was his master's guest, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to have given pointers to his master and helped his master achieve a breakthrough in his sword profundity and cultivation base. Congratulations, master. Zhou Di quickly congratulated Yang Hui when he regained his senses. At the same time, he was excited. His master was originally at the third-level martial monarch stage. With this breakthrough, he had successfully entered the fourth-level Emperor Wu stage. Coupled with the sword profundity that he had broken through earlier, his master's current strength was above average among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Alright. Yang Hui nodded faintly when he heard Zhou Di's congratulations. You may leave first. Master. However, Zhou Di did not leave immediately. He decided to tell his master about what happened earlier. Who knew if his master's guest would vent his anger on his two junior brothers? After listening to Zhou Di's recount, Yang Hui frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Those two blind bastards. Brother Ling Tian, my two personal disciples have offended you. I hope you can forgive them. Please forgive them, Yang Hui said apologetically as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If they were just ordinary disciples or followers of Emperor Wu, he would not mind even if they were executed. However, whether it was Song Ting or Zhong'an, both of them were his direct disciples. He only had a total of 3 direct disciples. Naturally, he could not bear to lose them. You don't have to apologize. Just do me a favor. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I remember Brother Lingtian said you wanted my help that day. May I know what you need my help with, Brother Lingtian? Yang Hui asked curiously as he nodded. I want to know where I came from. Duan Lingtian said. Where I came from? Yang Hui could not help but be stunned. Brother Lingtian, don't tell me you don't even know where you came from. Due to some things, my soul was damaged to a certain extent and I lost a part of my memory. That includes where I came from. You're a well-known Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. You have eyes and ears everywhere. I think you can help me. Duan Lingtian said. I see. This is just a small matter. Yang Hui nodded and looked at Zhou Di who was about to leave. Pass down the order and make sure it's done properly. As the Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent, Ling Xian Peak that Yang Hui controlled had its own intelligence network. Once he gave the order, many intelligence personnel would work for him. Yes. Zhou Di replied respectfully and left. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. With Ling Xian Peak's intelligence network, I'm sure we'll be able to find out where you came from very soon. I believe with your strength, as long as you're not a reclusive person, you're definitely not a nobody, Yang Hui said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse, he did not need the demon-revealing mirror to faintly see if the person before him was a demon. Yang Hui could see that Duan Lingtian was not a demon. It was precisely because of this that he realized how outstanding Duan Lingtian was. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded and thanked Yang Hui. Brother Lingtian, you're too kind. If it wasn't for your guidance last time, my sword profundity wouldn't have broken through so quickly. The breakthrough in my cultivation base is also due to the opportunity one found through the breakthrough in my sword profundity. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking you. Yang Hui smiled. I heard from Zhou Di earlier that you can easily suppress him, Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, forgive me for being blunt, but you don't seem to be at the Emperor Wu's level. Yang Hui looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom and asked in confusion. Ever since he had broken through to the 4th level Emperor Wu stage, Yang Hui's spiritual energy had undergone a qualitative change. He could already faintly sense if a person was at the Emperor Wu's level. According to his spiritual energy, the purple-clad young man before him did not seem to be at the Emperor Wu's level. Chapter 1256. That's right. I'm still quite a distance away from the Emperor Wu realm. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Yang Hui, the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, could tell that he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse. At the same time, he guessed that Yang Hui's cultivation base was above the 4th level Emperor Wu realm. This was because only someone above the 4th level Emperor Wu realm would be able to tell that he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse. You're still quite a distance away from the Emperor Wu realm, but you've already comprehended the sword profundity. Brother Lingtian, you're really a genius in the sword Dao. Yang Hui exclaimed. He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's attainments in the sword Dao a long time ago. He was shocked and admired him from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Yang Hui's exclamation. He then asked curiously, I seem to have heard that not only did Ling Xian Peak organize the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, but the other Emperor Wu's cultivation places also organized the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? That's right. Yang Hui nodded. All the famous Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent have been recruiting disciples and followers recently. Of course, just like Ling Xian Peak, their ultimate goal is to become an outstanding Emperor Wu's disciple or even Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Emperor Wu's disciple had to be at least at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The requirement for Emperor Wu's direct disciple was even higher. Most of them had to have 1 foot in the Emperor Wu realm. What's the purpose of recruiting outstanding Emperor Wu's disciple with such fanfare? Duan Lingtian guessed. Brother Duan Lingtian, you're right. We do have a purpose. Yang Hui nodded. His expression turned solemn. Actually, the reason we're recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time is because of the Overseas Saint Islands Edict. Overseas Saint Islands? Edict? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. What's that? The Overseas Saint Islands have always been mysterious. It's not strange that you don't know about them, Brother Lingtian, Yang Hui said. The Overseas Saint Islands are islands located in the far north of the Cloud Continent. Of course, there are many islands in the Overseas Saint Islands, but only 4 of them are really vast and rich in origin stones and mineral deposits. They're the 4 Overseas Saint Islands. Among the 4 Overseas Saint Islands, one of them is the leader. The remaining 3 Overseas Saint Islands surround it and have a subordinate relationship with it. This time, our Cloud Continent's martial emperors and demon emperors received the edict from the subordinate island near our Cloud Continent. That subordinate island is called the Hidden Fog Island. A few years ago, the Hidden Fog Island sent an envoy here and asked us to bring 10 of our most outstanding disciples to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition a few years later. Not long ago, the Hidden Fog Island envoy came again and said that the Hidden Fog martial competition would be brought forward by a year. Therefore, we held the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers a year earlier than planned. Yang Hui continued. Is the Hidden Fog Island that scary? It can actually order all of you around? Duan Lingtian asked. Indeed, the Hidden Fog Island is scary. However, the reason why we complied with the Hidden Fog Island's edict is not only because the Hidden Fog Island is scary, it's more because of the rewards promised by the Hidden Fog martial competition. In the Hidden Fog martial competition, whichever martial emperor's or shifter emperor's disciple performs well will be able to obtain the Saint Stone. Yang Hui's breathing quickened when he mentioned the Saint Stone. Saint Stone? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That's right, the Saint Stone. Yang Hui nodded. To a certain extent, the Saint Stone is similar to the Origin Stone. However, even the Supreme Grade Origin Stone is not as precious as the Saint Stone. Even if it's an Emperor Wu powerhouse, his cultivation base will improve rapidly once he obtains the Saint Stone. Let me put it this way, if a person at the first level Emperor Wu stage obtains a Saint Stone and completely absorbs the energy in it, he'll be able to break through to the second level Emperor Wu stage in one go. Moreover, he'll be able to break through in a short period of time. Yang Hui explained. It's that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It was his first time hearing about the Saint Stone. Although he had a profound memory in his mind, there was no record of the Saint Stone. Now that he heard about the Saint Stone's function, he could not help but be shocked. A Saint Stone could allow a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist to break through to the second-level Emperor Wu stage in one go in a short time. It was simply heaven-defying. It's that exaggerated. Yang Hui's eyes were filled with desire. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he finally restrained himself. Now, you should know why we're so interested in the Hidden Fog Islands Edict, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After knowing the function of the Saint Stone, he could understand the feelings of the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses, including Yang Hui. Which Emperor Wu powerhouse and Demon Emperor powerhouse did not want to elevate their cultivation base quickly? For this reason, they wouldn't even frown even if they were asked to do other difficult tasks, let alone participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. The Saint Stone. Where did it come from? Duan Lingtian was filled with curiosity. I'm not too sure where the Saint Stone came from. However, I'm certain that the Saint Stone is not a product of the 4 overseas Saint Islands. I even asked the Hidden Fog Islands emissary about this. Yang Hui said. Although Duan Lingtian had a lot of questions about the Saint Stone, he knew that he had not come into contact with that level yet. Therefore, he did not ask too much. He believed that as long as he came into contact with that level, all the questions in his heart would be answered. How much do you know about the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked. I only heard about the Hidden Fog Island after I broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, Yang Hui said. Yang Hui said, the Hidden Fog Island is located far to the north of the northern polar region of the Cloud Continent. Even a first-level martial emperor martial artist would need half a year to travel to the Hidden Fog Island from the Cloud Continent at full speed. A first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist would need half a year to travel at full speed? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. That far? That's not the main point. The main point is that one would occasionally encounter many demons in the sea on the way to the Hidden Fog Island. There's no lack of demon emperor stage existences among them. Also, the Emperor Wu powerhouses on the Cloud Continent would head to the Hidden Fog Island to start a new journey once their strength has increased to a certain level and they no longer have anything to pursue on the Cloud Continent. Because of this, the Hidden Fog Island is filled with powerhouses. For example, although I'm a 4th-level Emperor Wu stage existence, I still have to tuck my tail between my legs when I reach the Hidden Fog Island. Yang Hui continued to explain everything about the Hidden Fog Island to Duan Lingtian. The Emperor Wu powerhouses on the Cloud Continent went to the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, he felt as though a mysterious world was slowly opening its door to him, waiting for him to enter. Yes. Yang Hui nodded and said at the same time, let's not talk about the others. The Hidden Fog Island's messenger who came to look for me a while ago was a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. When he became famous on the Cloud Continent, I had just broken through to the martial monarch stage not long ago. Yang Hui sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. He seemed to be reminiscing about his past. Since the Hidden Fog Island is willing to give you the Saint Stone for the Hidden Fog martial competition, it must not be an ordinary martial competition. Do you know the Hidden Fog Island's motive? Duan Lingtian asked. Since the Saint Stone was so precious, he did not think that the Hidden Fog Island would be so kind. There must be a great conspiracy behind the Hidden Fog martial competition. I haven't heard about that. However, I'm guessing that the Hidden Fog Island must be after something. Yang Hui said. As a Emperor Wu powerhouse, he was, naturally, not stupid. It was easy for him to figure this out. Are there any requirements for the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. According to the Hidden Fog Island's messenger, the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition must be able to determine their age using the age measuring pearl. Under 70 years old? Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the age measuring pearl. He knew that the age measuring pearl could only determine the age of a person who was 70 years old at most. It could not determine the age of a person who was over 70 years old. Yes. Yang Hui nodded again. Subsequently, the two of them chatted for a while before Yang Hui arranged a place for Duan Lingtian to stay. It was an independent courtyard on a small stone platform not far away from where he stayed. There was a small house in the courtyard. Brother Lingtian, I'll try my best to find out where you came from. However, I hope that you won't tell anyone about the Saint Stone. You must know that even my first direct disciple doesn't know about the Saint Stone's existence. Yang Hui said to Duan Lingtian after he sent Duan Lingtian to the door of the small house. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew why Yang Hui hid the Saint Stone from him. He was afraid that Emperor Wu's disciples would think that he was asking them to risk their lives for the Saint Stone. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yang Hui was about to leave. Wait. However, Duan Ling Tian called out to him in a timely manner. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Yang Hui asked. There's something that I hope you can help me with. Duan Ling Tian said. Tell me. Yang Hui replied straightforwardly. Among the people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at Lingxian Peak, there's a pair of twin brothers with the surname Nangong. They've already passed the second round of selection, and it's certain that they'll become Emperor Wu's followers. If it's possible, I hope that you can take care of them a little. Duan Ling Tian said to Yang Hui. Brother Ling Tian, they're your... Yang Hui looked at Duan Ling Tian. Before he could finish his question, he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. They're my friends. Since they're your friends, Brother Ling Tian, they're naturally my friends as well. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry, I won't neglect them. Chapter 1257. After Yang Hui left, Duan Ling Tian sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and muttered to himself, Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Earlier, when they were talking about the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, Yang Hui had the intention of letting him represent Lingxian Peak in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Yang Hui was willing to give him all the saint stones he obtained. To Yang Hui, apart from wanting to obtain the saint stones, he also hoped that the people from Lingxian Peak would be able to suppress the other Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. On Cloud Continent, there were many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses. Naturally, they would compete with each other. Especially this time, Yang Hui's strength had improved tremendously. If his disciples did not perform well in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, they would undoubtedly become a laughing stock. Emperor Wu powerhouses valued their reputation very much. Bastard, do you know about the Saint Stones? Duan Ling Tian asked the soul hidden in his body, Wang Ba's soul. He had a feeling that Wang Ba should know about the Saint Stones. However, no matter how he called, Wang Ba did not respond at all. It was as though he had fallen into a deep sleep. That's strange. This guy hasn't moved for more than half a year. Seeing that Wang Ba did not respond for a long time, Duan Ling Tian did not call him again. He stood up and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and cultivated 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. The Divine Dragon Form was the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. It was also the last form. It could help raise one's cultivation base from the Martial Monarch stage all the way to the Emperor Wu stage. In the past half a year, Duan Ling Tian had also cultivated his cultivation base again. It was even stronger than when he was at his peak. In the past, Duan Ling Tian was only at the 4th level Martial Monarch stage. However, after half a year of cultivation, with the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy, his cultivation base had improved tremendously. Currently, he had broken through to the 6th level Martial Monarch stage. He was not far away from the 7th level Martial Monarch stage. Of course, the reason why his cultivation base could improve so much was not entirely because of the overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill. Instead, it was mostly because of the concept of rebirth after destruction. Although it sounded mysterious, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the great changes brought to him by these 4 words. Ever since his Dantian was restored, his cultivation was indeed twice the result with half the effort. With the addition of the medicinal power of the rebirth pill, it was even more exaggerated. Naturally, in the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved the most, not his cultivation base, but the 2 profundities he had comprehended, the fused profundity and the sword profundity. Perhaps it's because my soul was once suppressed by the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet, so some changes have occurred to it. That's why it's so easy for me to comprehend the 2 profundities. In the end, Duan Ling Tian could only think of this as the only possible reason. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian stopped thinking about it. He continued to cultivate and comprehend the 2 profound meanings. He believed. Based on his cultivation speed, it would not take long for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Ling Xian Peak began to activate its own intelligence network to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. With Ling Xian Peak as the center, the investigation was conducted in a carpet-style manner. As for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Ling Xian Peak, it was still ongoing. It was worth mentioning that, the two brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, were brought away by Zhong'an when they were preparing to participate in the third round of the selection. "Lord Zhong'an, where are you bringing us?" Nangong Chen and his brother followed behind Zhong'an. Nangong Yi asked anxiously. He was worried that Zhong'an would do something to the two brothers in order to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. "Brother, please don't call me Lord. I can't accept it. Also, I only know that both of your surnames are Nangong Chen, but I don't know how to address both of you." Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Zhong'an shuddered and hurriedly waved his hand. At the same time, he looked at Nangong Chen and his brother with a friendly expression. What a joke! The two people in front of him were guests that his master, Ling Xian Peak's spirit profound Emperor Wu, had asked him to invite over. If his master found out that they had addressed him as Lord, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Nangong Yi's friendliness stunned Nangong Chen and his brother. Nangong Chen. Nangong Yi. After a while, they returned to their senses and introduced themselves. At this moment, they could faintly guess that the reason Zhong'an, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, was so polite to them was most likely because of Duan Lingtian. "So it's brother Nangong Chen and brother Nangong Yi. If both of you think highly of me, can you call me Big Brother Zhong? What do you think?" Zhong'an said with a smile. "Big Brother Zhong, are you bringing us to see Duan Lingtian?" Nangong Yi, who had guessed why Zhong'an was so polite to them, felt at ease for a moment and asked curiously. "No." Zhong'an shook his head. "You're not." Upon hearing Zhong'an's words, apart from Nangong Yi, even Nangong Chen could not help but be stunned. "Earlier, Master instructed me to bring both of you to see him," Zhong'an said. Zhong'an said. Boom. The moment Zhong'an's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck down from the clear sky. It shocked both Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. The master Zhong'an was referring to was undoubtedly the master of Ling Xian Peak, the spirit profound Emperor Wu. Now, the spirit profound Emperor Wu wanted to see them. When both of them returned to their senses, they looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Nangong Chen was still relatively calm. Nangong Yi, on the other hand, had a terrified expression on his face. Although he really wanted to see the spirit profound Emperor Wu, he did not expect to see him so soon. Of course, he also knew that all of this was due to Duan Lingtian. At the south of the inner land, two figures flew through the air and headed toward a steep mountain in the distance. It was Ling Tian Peak. Ling Tian Peak was where the Ling Tian sect was located. After a while, the two figures arrived at Ling Tian Peak and revealed themselves. It was a young girl in yellow and a little girl in white. The young girl in yellow's eyes shone with a mischievous gleam. As for the little girl in white, she had a childish and cute little face. She looked like a little adult. "Sister Xuanai, what should we do now? How can we find brother?" The little girl in white looked at the young girl in yellow and asked. The little girl in white was the little white python from back then, Little White. As for the young girl in yellow, she was Han Xuanai. After they obtained clues about Duan Lingtian in Lost Stone Forest, they searched for him. However, they could not find any traces of Duan Lingtian. In the end, they had no choice but to give up temporarily and look for another way. "Let's look for Little Gold and Little Black. Perhaps, we should make a big commotion," Han Xuanai said with a gleam in her eyes. A big commotion? Little White had a puzzled expression on her face. However, she still followed Han Xuanai, who was going to look for Little Gold and Little Black. She knew that as long as she saw Little Gold and Little Black, she would know what the big commotion that Sister Xuanai mentioned was. After Han Xuanai and the three little fellows got together and plotted for a while, a plan that would shake the entire Cloud Continent for a period of time was born. When the plan reached the ears of the two vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, Luo Ping and Zhang San, it shocked them so much that they were speechless for a long time. The plan was quickly put into action. Han Xuanai, Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold left Cloud Continent and went in 4 different directions. Soon after, shocking news came one after another. First-rate forces announced that they would become Ling Tian sect subsidiary forces one after another. Apart from handing over a large amount of origin stones to the Ling Tian sect every year, they also gave up the most outstanding disciples from their respective forces. These outstanding disciples from the various forces also joined the Ling Tian sect one by one and became a part of the Ling Tian sect. The Ling Tian sect, which was originally empty, suddenly became lively. Those 4 little ancestors. They're really, Zhang San and Luo Ping, the 2 vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, gathered together. Apart from shock, there was only shock on their faces. Where did Duan Ling Tian sect get to know these little freaks? Chen Xiao Shui could not help but smile wryly when he found out about all this. Young master, Ling Tian sect is no longer what it used to be. I'm afraid it won't take long for Miss Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold to unify all the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land. Xiong Quan stood at the peak of Ling Tian Mountain and muttered softly, "Now, we're just waiting for you and Miss Tian Wu to return." "That's right, master. Come back soon." Gold Thug stood next to Xiong Quan. He was also waiting for the return of his master, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. "Hey! Gold Thug!" Suddenly, a voice came from afar. When Gold Thug and Xiong Quan finally reacted, there was already a person in front of them. It was a little girl dressed in gold. Little Gold. Xiong Quan's eyes lit up when he saw the person. Gold Thug, on the other hand, shuddered for no reason. He said with a bitter expression, "Little miss, why are you looking for me?" He feared the little girl in gold from the bottom of his heart. "Of course, I'm looking for you for a good reason." The little girl in gold was none other than Little Gold. She was also the jade-eyed heavenly mouse that was by Duan Lingtian's side in the past. "Good reason?" Gold Thug looked at Little Gold skeptically. Slap. However, before he could react, Little Gold slapped him on the forehead. "I say, Gold Thug, you don't believe me, do you?" I wouldn't dare. Gold Thug immediately shrunk his head and said softly. As a golden hellhound, he was as docile as a cat in front of Little Gold. "Take this." Little Gold raised her hand and passed a dazzling pill-like object to Gold Thug. "Little miss, this is..." Gold Thug was stunned at first. However, when he carefully examined the item that Little Gold passed to him, his eyes could not help but narrow. His body began to tremble for no reason. Inner core. Chapter 1258. Usually, only powerful fierce beasts and demon beasts could form inner cores. However, only fierce beasts and demon beasts that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent would leave behind inner cores after they died. In other words, they were demon emperors. It was common knowledge. Once a fierce beast broke through to the void-prying stage, it would transform into a demon beast. The moment a fierce beast transformed into a demon beast, the inner core in its body would form a close connection with its own energy. It was a symbiotic relationship. This symbiotic relationship could not be removed unless one broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. This was why ordinary demon beasts would not leave behind their inner cores even if they were killed. This was because the moment they were killed, their inner cores would shatter along with their energy. Only powerful demon beasts that had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage could separate their inner cores from their own energy. At this time, if they were killed, their inner cores would become someone else's wedding dress. A demon emperor's inner core, on the other hand, could help a demon monarch improve his cultivation base rapidly if he consumed it. For a demon monarch with a high cultivation base, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the demon emperor stage with the help of the demon emperor's inner core as long as he comprehended the emperor stage profundity. Naturally, only demon monarchs could consume the demon emperor's inner core directly. Human martial monarchs could not consume it directly. It was not impossible for human martial monarchs to consume it. All they had to do was ask a grade 1 alchemist to spend some time refining the inner core and some medicinal herbs into a medicinal pill. Naturally, the success rate of refining such a medicinal pill was extremely low even for the most outstanding grade 1 alchemist. Therefore, the demon emperor's inner core was not as helpful to human martial monarchs as it was to demon monarchs. That's right. This is the demon emperor's inner core. Little Gold nodded in the face of the excited Gold Thug. At the same time, she passed the demon emperor's inner core to him. When Gold Thug took the inner core, his hands trembled even more violently. Demon emperor's inner core. Xiong Quan was shocked. Little Gold, why you killed a demon emperor? Yes. Little Gold nodded and said casually, I killed a guy who didn't know what to do. Isn't your target the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land? How did you offend a demon emperor? Xiong Quan asked doubtfully. My target is indeed a first-rate force. However, that shifter emperor seems to have received a favor from that force many years ago. That's why he rushed out in time to protect that force. He even dared to attack me first, but in the end, I killed him. Xiao Jin said as if he was talking about something unimportant. I didn't expect a first-rate force to have the protection of a shifter emperor. Xiong Quan sighed. He's just a first-level demon emperor stage guy. Xiao Jin said indifferently. Although she didn't say anything, one could hear the disdain in her voice. Only the first-level demon emperor stage. Upon hearing what Xiao Jin said, Xiong Quan and Gold Thug who had regained his senses looked at each other. Both of them were stunned. To them, even a first-level demon emperor stage powerhouse was enough to crush them with just one finger. Little Grandaunt, I'll go back and cultivate first. Gold Thug could not wait to go back and cultivate after obtaining the demon emperor's core. He believed he would be able to break through to the 9th-level demon monarch stage with the help of this demon emperor's core. Once he comprehended the emperor stage profundity, he would be able to break through to the demon emperor stage and become a demon emperor powerhouse. Alright. Go and cultivate. When you break through to the demon emperor stage, I'll bring you out to the sea to have some fun. There are many demon emperors outside the sea. You'll be able to obtain more demon emperor's core when you get there. Xiao Jin nodded. Her eyes lit up when she reached the end of her sentence. Yes. Gold Thug's blood boiled when he heard that. He hurriedly turned around and left to cultivate. Xiao Jin, you can even kill a first-level demon emperor. What's your cultivation base now? After Gold Thug left, Xiong Quan looked at Xiao Jin from head to toe and asked curiously. He did not expect this at all. The inconspicuous little gold mouse back then had achieved so much. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Young master, come back quickly. Come back and see the 3 little fellows and Miss Xuanai. Xiong Quan muttered in his heart. Faced with Xiong Quan's question, Xiao Jin only smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Jin disappeared before Xiong Quan's eyes. It was obvious that she had left. Seeing this, Xiong Quan shook his head and smiled helplessly. As Han Xuanai, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin made their moves, the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land were subdued one by one and became Ling Tian sect's subsidiary sections. For a time, Ling Tian sect's reputation in the south of the inner land of the Cloud Continent was like the sun in the sky. The remaining first-rate forces that had yet to fall were panicking because they knew that the Ling Tian sect would make a move on them in the near future. Isn't Ling Tian's sect a little too exaggerated? Does it intend to unify the south of the inner land? Many people in the south of the inner land speculated. Based on Ling Tian's sect's exaggerated actions, it did seem like it intended to do so. However, just as the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land that had yet to fall were panicking, Han Xuan'ai and the other three stopped attacking and returned to the Ling Tian sect as though they had made an appointment. And they had indeed made an appointment. Don't be careless for the next few days. Patrol Ling Tian Peak more. Judging by the time, they should be here soon. Han Xuan'ai said to Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin. Based on her words, it was as though she was worried that someone would attack Ling Tian's sect. Yes, Sister Xuan'ai. Xiao He and the other two nodded obediently. Compared to their decisive killing outside, it was as though they were a completely different person. Time passed by quietly. 7 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Outside Ling Tian Peak, the air stirred as a figure appeared out of thin air. It was an old man dressed in gray. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were bright. His expression was calm as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Ling Tian sect. Suddenly, the old man's gaze turned sharp as he stared at the steep mountain peak nearby and muttered softly. Subsequently, the old man disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of Ling Tian Peak. Stop right there. However, before he could enter Ling Tian Peak, he was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was a young girl's voice. He could not help but be stunned. When he returned to his senses, he realized that the person who stopped him was actually a little girl dressed in golden clothes. She was an inconspicuous little girl. Demon Emperor. However, the gray-clothed old man didn't underestimate her just because she was a little girl. Instead, his expression turned solemn. Old man from the Han clan. Faced with the gray-clothed old man's questioning tone, Xiao Jin did not care at all. Instead, he asked indifferently. You killed Han Jing. The old man's eyes gleamed coldly as he asked in a deep voice. Han Jing. Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Looks like you're really an old man from the Han clan. Are you here to avenge that reckless fellow? Xiao Jin's eyes gleamed coldly as she spoke. No matter who it is, anyone who kills a member of the Han clan will have to pay the price. The old man in gray said nonchalantly. His tone was unquestionable. Is that so? Before Xiao Jin could react, an indifferent voice sounded from afar. When the voice entered the ears of the old man and Xiao Jin, a figure had already appeared. It was a young girl dressed in yellow. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her slightly tender face was beautiful. With one look, one could tell that she would definitely grow up to be a devastatingly beautiful woman. The young girl in yellow had bright eyes. One look and one could tell that she was a mischievous person. However, her expression was a little gloomy. It was as though the sky was about to rain with dark clouds covering the sky. It's best for unrelated people to leave. Don't blame me if you're implicated. The old man in gray looked at the young girl in yellow and said calmly. There was no lack of threat in his tone. Unrelated people. The young girl in yellow studied the old man in gray for a while before she said nonchalantly, what if the person you're talking about was killed by me? At once, the old man's expression changed drastically. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Sister Xuan'ai, let me deal with this old fellow. Xiao Jin looked at the young girl in yellow and said with anticipation. The young girl in yellow was none other than Han Xuan'ai. It was just as Han Xuan'ai had said. Previously, the powerhouse from the Han clan, Han Jing, had died in her hands. If you want him, I'll let you have him. Han Xuan'ai said. She did not seem to care if she had to deal with the old man in gray personally. Thank you, Sister Xuan'ai. After obtaining Han Xuan'ai's agreement, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up. Then, she looked at the old man in gray who was staring at Han Xuanai and said coldly, "Hey, old fellow, I'm your opponent." The moment her words left her mouth, Xiao Jin made her move. It was as though she had transformed into a bolt of golden lightning as she shot toward the old man in gray. The old man in gray reacted and began to fight Xiao Jin fiercely. Both of them were evenly matched in the beginning. However, as time went by, Xiao Jin gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After Xiao Jin fell into a disadvantageous position, she was in an extremely wretched state. However, the old man in gray seized the opportunity to pursue and attack Xiao Jin, a little girl who did not look more than 10 years old, to kill her. "Sister Xuanai, save me." For a moment, Xiao Jin hurriedly asked Han Xuanai for help. This was not a joke. If she was killed, she would be completely finished. Humph. Almost as soon as Xiao Jin's words left her mouth, Han Xuanai snorted softly. She did not seem to have done anything when she raised her hand. Bang! A loud sound reverberated. The old man in gray who was chasing after Xiao Jin was sent flying. Along the way, he left behind many blooming flowers of blood. It was the blood that kept spurting out of his mouth. Air Shadowless Palm. You. How do you know my Han clan's clan suppressing martial skill? Chapter 1259. The Shadowless Air Palm was the ultimate martial skill of the Han clan, the ancient clan on Cloud Continent. That set of martial skills was even superior to heaven-level high-tier martial skills. Even in the Han clan, not everyone was able to learn it. As one of the strongest people in the Han clan, the gray-clad old man knew this very well. He was also one of the few people in the Han clan who had cultivated the Shadowless Air Palm. Not only did he know that the Shadowless Air Palm was a powerful martial skill that was above the heaven rank advanced martial skills, but he also knew that this martial skill had entered the ranks of the Saint Grade martial tactics. The Saint Grade martial tactic was a saying passed down in the Han clan since ancient times. It was said that it came from a faraway place and referred to a martial skill that was above the heaven rank advanced martial skills. The gray-clad old man stared at Han Xuanai. His face was pale and filled with shock and disbelief. Shadowless Air Palm. Upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words, Han Xuanai was stunned at first before she smiled in disdain. "Are you sure I'm using the Shadowless Air Palm?" The moment her words left her mouth, without waiting for the old man's reply, Han Xuanai made her move again. Waves of cold aura spread in the air before it emitted waves of coldness. At the same time, waves of cold wind blew past. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated in the air. The light shield that rose around the gray-clad old man's body was shattered easily. In just a blink of an eye, he was engulfed by waves of cold aura that came from all directions and turned into an ice sculpture. One could vaguely see that there were clear palm prints around the gray-clad old man's body inside the ice sculpture. It was as though he had been slapped many times. "Now, do you still think this is the Shadowless Air Palm?" Han Xuanai asked nonchalantly. At the same time, she raised her hand slowly. The ice sculpture around the gray-clad old man's body turned into nothingness as though it had never existed. Pooh! Barf! The moment the ice sculpture around his body disappeared, the gray-clad old man's body suddenly trembled. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he was on the verge of death. It wasn't until he took out a pill and swallowed it that his expression eased up a little. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize that the healing pill the old man consumed was the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill that he was extremely familiar with. It's not Shadowless Air Palm. Hearing Han Xuanai's words, the gray-clothed old man couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Han Xuanai in horror, his heart full of shock. Although it has the shadow of the Shadowless Air Palm, it is a martial skill that is even more powerful than the Shadowless Air Palm. Saint-grade martial art. It was a Saint-grade martial art. It's a Saint-grade martial technique that's even more powerful than the shadowless air palm. Who is she? As far as I know, in the entire Cloud continent, only the two great ancient clans, including our Han clan, possess the Saint-grade martial tactic. She actually knows the Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, it's a Saint-grade martial tactic that's even more powerful than our Han clan's shadowless air palm. Don't tell me she's from that place. The gray-clothed old man seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Han Xuanai again as though he had just seen a ghost. As one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud continent that had been passed down for 10,000 years, the Han clan knew many things that ordinary martial artists on Cloud continent did not know. This included other continents other than Cloud continent. Not only that. According to the secret handbook that was passed down in the Han clan for generations, only the Han clan's lineal disciples were qualified to read it. The first clan leader of the Han clan's ancestor who single-handedly built the Han clan, was not from Cloud continent. Instead, he came from another continent. According to the Han clan's ancestor, in the continent he came from, even someone at the Emperor Wu stage was merely standing at the peak of mortals. In that continent, there were many people who had surpassed mortals. Dao Martial Saint Land. That was the name of that continent. I've long heard from Qing Nu that there's a clan on Cloud continent that can be considered as a branch of our clan, the Han clan. It was unknown when Han Xuanai spoke up. It was unknown if she was talking to the gray-clothed old man or if she was talking to herself. Since the shadowless air palm was passed down, it means that the person who founded the Han clan was at least a branch disciple of our clan. Boom! Han Xuanai's words that seemed like she was talking to herself were like a clap of thunder when they entered the gray-clothed old man's ears. Miss, why you? You said that our Han clan's ancestor was a branch disciple of your clan? The gray-clothed old man asked in a trembling voice. As a lineal disciple of the Han clan and the former clan leader of the Han clan, the gray-clothed old man's understanding of the Han clan was not inferior to anyone in the current Han clan. According to the handbook left behind by our ancestor, when our ancestor was still in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he was indeed a branch disciple of a great clan. Although our ancestor did not describe the great clan in detail, based on his words, he did mention that the great clan had an important position in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The moment the gray-clothed old man thought of this, his body began to tremble in fear when he looked at Han Xuanai. When he saw the Saint-grade martial tactic that the young lady cast earlier, he could faintly guess that she was from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. The Saint-grade martial tactic that the young lady cast was even more powerful than the Saint-grade martial tactic of the Han clan and the other ancient clan. The Saint-grade martial tactic of the two clans was passed down from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, he made such a guess. However, when he heard the young lady's words that sounded like she was talking to herself, based on the information recorded in the handbook left behind by their Han clan's ancestor, he could faintly guess that she was from the same great clan as their Han clan's ancestor. Moreover, the Saint-grade martial tactic that she cast was similar to the shadowless air palm. It was more like an upgraded version of the shadowless air palm. Linking all these factors together, he could not help but suspect that Han Xuanai's identity was really related to their Han clan's ancestor. What? Do you think I'll shamelessly try to be related to your Han clan? Upon hearing the gray-clothed old man's question, Han Xuanai said disdainfully, "If I'm not mistaken, with your strength, even if you're not the strongest in the Han clan, you're at least ranked in the top 3, do you think my strength is inferior to the strongest person in your Han clan?" When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her tone was filled with disdain. "No. I didn't mean that. Miss, I really didn't mean that." Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, the gray-clothed old man panicked immediately. Just like what the young lady before him had said, although his strength was not the strongest in the Han clan, he was still ranked in the top 3. However, even if he were to face the strongest person in the Han clan, he would not be as wretched as he was in front of the young lady before him. Sister Xuanai, why are you wasting your breath on him? I think we should just kill him. Little Gold, who was standing at the side, said nonchalantly as she glared at the gray-clothed old man. Hey! Don't you want to avenge that Han Jing? My sister Xuanai is right here, hurry up and do it. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, the gray-clothed old man's face that had just regained some color turned pale again. At the same time, he said in a panic, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The reason I came here today is to investigate how Han Jing died. Since he was killed by you, miss, then he must have brought about his own death. He deserved to die." The gray-clothed old man looked at Han Xuanai and said with a terrified expression on his face. "Moreover, Miss has a deep relationship with our Han clan. Please spare me this time on account of our Han clan's ancestor." The gray-clothed old man begged Han Xuanai for mercy. "Your surname is Han?" Han Xuanai asked nonchalantly. Yes. Yes. My name is Han Tong." The old man hurriedly replied, not daring to delay at all. "I can spare your life. However, you must make up for your mistake." Han Xuanai said. "Sister Xuanai." When Little Gold heard Han Xuanai's words, she could not help but frown. She could not wait for this old man who had almost killed her to die immediately. "Little Gold, there's still a use for him." Han Xuanai comforted Little Gold. Little Gold nodded. Although she was still slightly dissatisfied, she did not dare to go against Han Xuanai's words. "Please speak, Mississippi. Please speak." Han Tong said humbly as though he was afraid Han Xuanai would regret her decision. "Mobilize the Han clan's forces and help me find a person." Han Xuanai said again. Ling Xian Peak. Near the spirit profound Emperor Wu's residence, there were 2 additional wooden houses that each stood on a small stone platform. It was obvious that these 2 wooden houses had just been built not long ago. The 2 people living in the 2 wooden houses were the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Ever since they had met the spirit profound Emperor Wu, they had been living here. According to the spirit profound Emperor Wu's words. Since they were Duan Lingtian's friends, they were his friends as well. It was not convenient for him to accept them as disciples or followers, but he could allow them to stay in Ling Xian Peak as guests. Although they were guests, they could enjoy all the benefits of being Emperor Wu's direct disciples. This caused the Nangong brothers to be both shocked and overjoyed. They were shocked that the spirit profound Emperor Wu valued Duan Lingtian so much. They were delighted that they could stay in Ling Xian Peak and enjoy the benefits of being a direct disciple. According to the spirit profound Emperor Wu's words, they could stay in Ling Xian Peak for as long as they wanted. They could leave whenever they did not want to. Even if they left, they could return at any time. There was another wooden house on the stone platform not far away. It was Duan Lingtian's residence. However, ever since the Nangong brothers had arrived, they had not seen Duan Lingtian leave his residence. Hence, they had not seen Duan Lingtian. Days passed by. On this day, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, left his residence and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian's residence. "Brother Lingtian." Yang Hui called out to the house. After a while, the door of Duan Lingtian's wooden house opened. Duan Lingtian flew out and stood opposite Yang Hui. "What? Is there news?" Chapter 1260. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Yang Hui must have found out about his background since he took the initiative to look for him. However, he soon realized that he had overestimated Yang Hui. "There's no news yet." Yang Hui knew what Duan Lingtian was asking about, so he shook his head immediately. "Brother Lingtian, you should know that the Cloud Continent, even if it's just the inner land, covers a vast area. I'll need more time to find out about your background." Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. He then asked, "Is there something else you're looking for me for?" "Yes." Yang Hui nodded and said, I'm here to say goodbye to you, Brother Ling Tian. We'll depart in 10 days. Depart? Duan Ling Tian was stunned at first before he regained his senses and asked, Hidden Fog Island? Yes. Yang Hui nodded again. All right. Duan Ling Tian replied. Seeing that Yang Hui had nothing else to say, he returned to his room and continued to cultivate and comprehend the two profundities. His ability was also improving at an extremely fast speed. 10 days was not long for an ordinary person, let alone Duan Ling Tian who had been cultivating day and night. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. I've regained a lot of my memories. However, I still can't remember who I am. Duan Ling Tian shook his slightly dizzy head and muttered to himself as he walked out of the wooden house. Duan Ling Tian. Not long after he left the wooden house, Duan Ling Tian heard two familiar voices. When he looked in the direction of the voices, he realized it was Nangong Yi calling out to him. There was a proud and aloof figure standing next to Nangong Yi. It was none other than Nangong Chen. Why are the two of you here? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the two of them. It's all thanks to you that we can cultivate here. Nangong Yi said with a smile. He then told them about how they were brought here by Martial Emperor Ling Xian's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, and how Martial Emperor Ling Xian had taken care of them. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. That's good as well. All of you can stay in Ling Xian Peak as you wish. With the treatment of a Martial Emperor's direct disciple, I'm sure all of you will have great achievements in the future. Duan Ling Tian, I heard that Emperor Wu is going to take 10 people, including 3 of his direct disciples, on a long journey today. Are you going with him at this time? Nangong Yi asked curiously. Brother Ling Tian, it's time to go. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, a familiar voice resonated from the sky and entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. It also entered Nangong and his brother's eyes. It's Lord Emperor Wu. Nangong and his brother immediately recognized the owner of the voice as Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. At the same time, they confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was indeed going to leave with Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. After greeting Nangong and his brother, Duan Ling Tian flew toward the source of the voice. A moment later, he saw the owner of Ling Xian Peak, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui. Yang Hui stood there with 3 people following closely behind him. These 3 people were no strangers to Duan Ling Tian. They were Yang Hui's 3 direct disciples. They were also the only 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Ling Xian Peak. They were Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong'an. There were 6 other people following behind the 3 of them. To Duan Ling Tian, these 6 people were all unfamiliar faces. It seemed like he had never seen them before. Of course, even if he had seen them before, he would have forgotten about them. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had arrived, Yang Hui warmly welcomed Duan Ling Tian to his side. As for the 3 direct disciples behind him, Zhou Di and Zhong'an smiled and nodded at him as a form of greeting. Only Song Ting's expression did not look too good since Duan Ling Tian appeared. Forget about greeting Duan Ling Tian, it was already good enough that he did not fight with Duan Ling Tian. Lord Ling Tian. Under Zhou Di's signal, the remaining 6 people bowed respectfully to Duan Ling Tian and addressed him as Lord. The current Duan Ling Tian was indeed worthy of being addressed as such. At the very least, he was worthy of being addressed as such in front of these people. Let's go. As Yang Hui spoke, a majestic and vast invisible energy spread out and enveloped everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, in the blink of an eye. No one was left out. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he felt his body flying out. He finally realized that Yang Hui was bringing him and the others on their journey. It made sense when he thought about it. If they traveled at the speed of the person with the weakest cultivation base, they would not even know when they would be able to leave Cloud Continent, let alone when they would arrive at Hidden Fog Island. Compared to Duan Lingtian's momentary shock, apart from Zhou Di and the other two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, the others were shocked for half a day when they were brought along. Brother Ling Tian, I'm sure you'll be able to find out about your origin when we return next time. Yang Hui said to Duan Ling Tian along the way. Yang Hui felt guilty for not being able to help Duan Ling Tian find out his origin after so long. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not surprised since he was mentally prepared. My memories are gradually recovering with the passage of time. Perhaps, it's just as Tortoise said. After a year, my memories will completely recover. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Hidden Fog Island. Overseas Saint Island. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts started to wander. His eyes gleamed as he looked forward to the place he was about to go. There's also the exquisite jade box that my cheapskate father gave me. With my current ability, I should be able to open it, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Subsequently, an exquisite jade box appeared in his hand as he lifted his hand. Just as Duan Ling Tian was trying to open the exquisite jade box, in the northern part of Cloud Continent's inner land, in the world of ice and snow, silhouettes rose into the sky one after another. There were a total of 11 people, and all of them were women. Let's go. As the woman in the lead spoke calmly, a vast invisible energy surged out of her body. It shrouded the 10 women behind her and led them to the north quickly. It's all thanks to your Han Bing's God's Sword technique. If it wasn't for Han Bing's God's Sword technique, we wouldn't have become Emperor Wu's direct disciples as soon as we arrived at Yuhan Valley. We wouldn't have had the chance to see the foreign world overseas either. Among the 10 women, there was a woman who had a peerless appearance and a great figure. She could not help but exude an enchanting and seductive aura as she spoke to another woman beside her. This woman's beauty was on par with the former. However, there was a huge difference between her temperament and the former's. Chapter 1261. At the northwestern polar region of the inner land of Cloud Continent, 11 figures rose into the sky. Among the 11 people, the leader was an old man. The old man was tall and had a majestic aura between his brows. He was dressed in a golden robe and looked majestic. Behind the old man, there were 10 people, both men and women. Among the 10 people, only one was a woman while the remaining 9 were men. However, among the 10 people, the woman seemed to have the highest status. This was because she was the only one following closely behind the golden-robed old man. The others followed behind her. Huh! Suddenly, the golden-robed old man seemed to have noticed something. He turned around abruptly and his gaze landed on the black-clad young man at the back. The black-clad young man was tall and handsome. However, he was walking at the back and seemed to be keeping a low profile. Zhou Yi. Why you've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage? As the golden-robed old man spoke in surprise, his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. As the old man spoke, the woman in blue who was following closely behind him reacted immediately. Her eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Subsequently, the remaining 8 people returned to their senses as well. They turned around and stared at the black-clad young man at the back as though they had seen a ghost. Emperor Wu stage. He's broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. Yes, master. The black-clad young man nodded at the golden-robed old man in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. If there were people from Lost Stone Forest here, they would definitely recognize the black-clad young man as the former Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. He was also the direct disciple of Emperor Wu who was highly regarded by Emperor Wu, Zhou Yi. After Zhou Yi stole the Devil Seal tablet from Martial Emperor Shi, he had betrayed Lost Stone Forest and fled. Later on, although Emperor Wu wanted to find him, he discovered him too late and ended up empty-handed. For a period of time after that, Zhou Yi hid everywhere, afraid that Emperor Wu would find him. Until some time ago, when he heard that there was an Emperor Wu recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, he decided to become a disciple of this Emperor Wu. He had long heard of this Emperor Wu. He was an even stronger Emperor Wu than Shi Qi. Relying on his strength that was half a step into the realm of Emperor Wu, Zhou Yi easily passed the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, which was held at the cultivation grounds of Emperor Wu, and successfully became the disciple of Emperor Wu. After becoming Emperor Wu's disciple, he became even more outstanding and attracted the attention of Emperor Wu. He became Emperor Wu's personal disciple in one fell swoop. However, although he became Emperor Wu's personal disciple, he was no longer as ostentatious as he was when he was in Lost Stone Forest. Ever since he left Lost Stone Forest, he had learned to be more reserved. He knew very well that compared to a vicious wolf that bit people like a madman, a venomous snake that lay in wait would undoubtedly live longer. Therefore, he became Emperor Wu's personal disciple who kept the lowest profile under Emperor Wu. However, such a low-profile martial emperor's direct disciple had actually made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, causing the group of people to be inexplicably shocked. The golden-robed old man was one of the few powerhouses under Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. His title was Lei Ming, and his strength was not inferior to the person in Yuhan Valley. Ha! Good, good. Upon hearing Zhou Yi admitting that he had broken through to the realm of Emperor Wu Lei Ming laughed heartily before the others could react. This also means that I, Emperor Wu Lei Ming, have a second Emperor Wu's personal disciple who has reached the realm of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu Lei Ming beamed with joy. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Lord Emperor Wu. At this moment, the 9 people, including the blue-clad lady who followed closely behind Emperor Wu Lei Ming, congratulated Emperor Wu Lei Ming. Many of them looked at Zhou Yi with envy. They knew very well. From the moment Zhou Yi broke through to the realm of Emperor Wu, he was destined to become the Emperor Wu's personal disciple whom Emperor Wu Lei Ming valued the most. Naturally, it was to become one of the 2 personal disciples that Emperor Wu Lei Ming valued the most. This was because there was already one Emperor Wu Lei Ming's personal disciple under Emperor Wu Lei Ming. It was the blue-clad lady who followed closely behind Emperor Wu Lei Ming, Lan Bai. Junior brother Zhou, congratulations on breaking through to the realm of Emperor Wu. Lan Bai looked at Zhou Yi and congratulated him with a smile. Thank you, senior sister Bai. Zhou Yi quickly thanked her. Junior brother Zhou, why are you following behind? Are you afraid that senior martial sister and master will eat you? Lan Bai asked with a slight frown as she glanced at where Zhou Yi was standing. Of course not. Zhou Yi shook his head. Zhou Yi, stand next to your senior sister. Why are you following behind Emperor Wu Lei Ming's personal disciple? At this moment, Emperor Wu Lei Ming spoke. Yes, master. Zhou Yi replied respectfully. Zhou Yi did not dare to disobey Emperor Wu Lei Ming's words since he still needed to rely on Emperor Wu Lei Ming's protection. Although he had broken through to the realm of Emperor Wu Lei Ming, in terms of strength, let alone Emperor Wu Lei Ming, he was far from being comparable to his former master, Emperor Wu Shiqi from Lost Stone Forest. I hope you can win glory for me in the Hidden Fog martial competition. As long as you get a good ranking, I won't mistreat you. Emperor Wu Lei Ming looked at Zhou Yi who had just arrived next to Lan Bai and said slowly. Don't worry, master. I, Zhou Yi, will do my best to win glory for Master and Thundercloud Peak. Zhou Yi said solemnly. Thundercloud Peak was where Emperor Wu Lei Ming cultivated. Good, good. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Emperor Wu Lei Ming smiled happily. He raised his hand and a narrow saber with light swirling around it appeared in his hand. Take this spirit saber as a congratulatory gift from me to congratulate you on breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage. Emperor Wu Lei Ming passed the spirit saber in his hand to Zhou Yi as he spoke. This, Emperor Wu Lei Ming's action shocked the 9 people, including Lan Bai. It's Lord Emperor Wu's spirit saber. Lord Emperor Wu's spirit saber is one of the only two quasi-royal grade spirit weapons in Thundercloud Peak. The other quasi-royal grade spirit weapon was given to senior sister by a few years ago when she broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. In other words, this is the only quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in Lord Emperor Wu's possession. If he gives it away, Lord Emperor Wu can only use a grade 1 spirit weapon. Soon after, many people regained their senses and whispered among themselves. Most of them looked at Zhou Yi enviously. A minority of them looked at Zhou Yi with jealousy in their eyes. The minority of them were Emperor Wu's direct disciples. They had always coveted the quasi-royal grade spirit saber in Emperor Wu Leiming's possession. All of them wanted to break through to the Emperor Wu stage as soon as possible to obtain the quasi-royal grade spirit saber. Unexpectedly, a direct disciple of Emperor Wu who had just joined Thundercloud Peak not long ago had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage before them. Master, this is inappropriate. Junior brother Zhou has just joined Thundercloud Peak not long ago. It's too risky for you to give him the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon so hastily. That's right, Master. The other two direct disciples of Emperor Wu hurriedly advised Emperor Wu Leiming. Their words were very clear. They were worried Zhou Yi would leave Thundercloud Peak after obtaining the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. In that case, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon would become Zhou Yi's wedding dress. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Upon hearing the words of the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu Leiming, Emperor Wu Leiming snorted coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being useless. From today onward, this quasi-royal grade spirit saber of mine will be Zhou Yi's spirit weapon. When Martial Emperor Leiming reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhou Yi again under the gaze of the two Martial Emperor's direct disciples. Master, what the two senior brothers said actually makes sense. You should keep this spirit saber for yourself. Zhou Yi did not take the spirit saber that Emperor Wu Leiming sent over. Since I said I'm giving it to you, you should take it. Although this quasi-royal grade spirit weapon is not much stronger than a grade 1 spirit weapon, it's still stronger than a grade 1 spirit weapon. With it, you'll be able to display your strength better in the Hidden Fog martial competition and obtain a good ranking. Emperor Wu Leiming insisted on giving the quasi-royal grade spirit saber to Zhou Yi. Master, I understand what you mean. However, I already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon with me. Even if you give your spirit saber to me, I won't be able to use it. Zhou Yi smiled. Zhou Yi's words shocked not only Emperor Wu Leiming, but the others as well. Zhou Yi had a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Junior brother Zhou, you can't joke about this. This is related to the Hidden Fog martial competition. You don't have to care about their gossip. To put it bluntly, they're just jealous of you. Lan Bai said as she looked at Zhou Yi. The other two direct disciples of Emperor Wu Leiming turned pale. They did not dare to say anything for a long time. As the direct disciple of Emperor Wu Leiming, Lan Bai was the strongest person in Thundercloud Peak after Emperor Wu Leiming. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match for Lan Bai. Lan Bai is right. You can't joke about this. Emperor Wu Leiming said solemnly as well. Master, senior sister, you should take a look at it yourselves. Zhou Yi shook his head. When he lifted his hand, a strange stone tablet appeared in his hand. The stone tablet was strange because it was missing a corner. Apart from the missing corner, the stone tablet was also engraved with strange words. These characters exuded an ancient and vicissitude aura from top to bottom. Whoosh! As the origin energy in Zhou Yi's hand surged into the strange stone tablet suddenly trembled. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred. First, two silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared. Then, another two silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared. 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons intertwined. The 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons were the symbol of a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist. The doubling of strength was the symbol of a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. It's really a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Many people lost their composure and exclaimed. Chapter 1262. The stone tablet with a missing corner that Zhou Yi took out was the Devil Seal tablet. In the past, he had betrayed his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, and betrayed Lost Stone Forest because of the secret contained in the Devil Seal tablet. However, until now, apart from knowing that the Devil Seal tablet could be used as a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, he had not discovered any other uses for it. Junior brother Zhou, I admire you. At this moment, Lan Bai gave Zhou Yi a thumbs up and praised, if I were you, I wouldn't reject the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that master gave me even if I already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Everyone present agreed with Lan Bai's words. Even Thunderclap Emperor Wu himself looked at Zhou Yi with satisfaction. Now, do you still think Zhou Yi will leave Thundercloud Peak after receiving the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon from me? Thunderclap Emperor Wu asked as he glanced at his two direct disciples nonchalantly. When the two of them heard this, they smiled wryly and lowered their heads. They did not dare to refute, nor could they refute. They did not expect Zhou Yi to be so ruthless to reject the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was given to him. In fact, quasi-royal grade spirit weapons were priceless on Cloud Continent. Nobody would complain about having too many of them. However, the group of people present, including Thunderclap Emperor Wu, did not know Zhou Yi's true thoughts at all. Zhou Yi did not do this because of his good character. He did this mainly because he wanted to establish the best image in front of Thunderclap Emperor Wu. With this, he would not be afraid even if he encountered Emperor Wu Shiqi on the hidden Fog Island because Thunderclap Emperor Wu would protect him. With Thunderclap Emperor Wu's protection, he was not afraid of Emperor Wu Shiqi at all. Where there's loss, there's gain. At this moment, Zhou Yi kept comforting himself in his heart. It would be a lie if he said he did not feel heartache when a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon passed by him just like that. Let's go. Along with Martial Emperor Lei Ming's loud shout, a surge of majestic and vast invisible energy gushed out of his body. It led the 10 people, including Zhou Yi and Lan Bai, straight to the north. Their target was the overseas Saint Island, Hidden Fog Island, located deep in the sea north of Cloud Continent. Southeast of Thundercloud Peak, a place extremely far away. Whoosh! 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 Figures that were faster than lightning flashed through the sky. Everywhere they passed, the clouds and mist were scattered, and it took a long time for them to gather together again. The target of these figures was the north of the inner land, which was also the north of Cloud Continent. There were a total of 11 figures. The person in the lead was a young man. When he flew forward, his entire body seemed to have turned into a sword. Together with the 10 people he was leading, they seemed to have turned into a gigantic sword. The giant sword pierced through the air at an astonishing speed. Pa! A clear sound rang out. Duan Lingtian discovered that the exquisite jade box in his hand was actually opened all of a sudden, revealing a gap. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze became somewhat absent-minded. He still remembered. In the past, there were a few times when he tried to open the exquisite jade box with all his might, but to no avail. At that time, he even used his spirit weapon, but it was still to no avail. However, right now, he did not use any spirit weapon or origin energy. He only used 2 types of profundities to easily open the exquisite jade box. As soon as the exquisite jade box was opened, it attracted the attention of the person in the lead, the Spirit Profound Realm Emperor Wu, Yang Hui. Brother Ling Tian, I think it's something my father left for me. Duan Ling Tian replied. This was also a small part of his memory that he had recently recovered. You've recalled your origin. Yang Hui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've only recovered a part of my memory. I just happened to recall this thing and its origin. As for other things, I still can't recall them. Duan Lingtian frowned when he reached the end of his sentence. He seemed to be trying hard to recall something, but it was to no avail. I see. Yang Hui finally understood. Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to be trying his best to recall something, he did not ask any further, afraid that it would affect Duan Lingtian's mood again. I still can't recall. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Although he recalled the origin of the exquisite jade box in his hand and knew that it was left behind by his cheapskate father, his memories of his cheapskate father were extremely blurry. He could not recall at all. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, he still could not recall anything. Perhaps, just like what Bastard said, I need time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past 6 months, his memory had been recovering, and he could recall many things that he could not remember in the past. He had no choice but to believe what Wang Ba said in the past. According to Wang Ba, he would need more than a year to completely recover his memory. According to the part of my memory that I've temporarily recovered, there seems to be something left behind by my cheapskate father in this jade box. Moreover, it's quite important. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian opened the exquisite jade box completely. Everything inside the exquisite jade box was revealed before his eyes. He saw a jade slip lying quietly in the exquisite jade box. It was a voice transmission jade slip. Other than the voice transmission jade slip, there was another jade slip that was thicker. Upon closer inspection, it did not seem to be a jade slip. Instead, it seemed to be a jade token. Other than the voice transmission jade slip and the jade token, there was nothing else in the exquisite jade box. What's this? Duan Lingtian was puzzled as he looked at the jade token. There was no record of this thing in his memory. Perhaps, the part of my memory that I've lost knows what this is. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that even if he completely recovered his memory, he would not be able to recognize what this jade token was. Soon after, Duan Lingtian picked up the voice transmission jade slip. He could still recognize the voice transmission jade slip. It should be a message left behind by my cheapskate father. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. At the same time, he merged his origin energy into the voice transmission jade slip in his hand, causing it to flash with a dazzling luster. At once, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Tian, when you opened the exquisite jade box and obtained this voice transmission jade slip, your cultivation base should have already broken through to the innate void restoration stage. Innate void restoration stage? Duan Lingtian was stunned. If it was in the past, perhaps he would not know what the innate void restoration stage meant. However, ever since Wang Ba told him about it, he knew that the innate void restoration stage was equivalent to the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent. How would my cheapskate father know about the innate void restoration stage? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with doubts. Due to the fact that he had lost part of his memory, Duan Lingtian did not know that his father had brought his mother and 3 other girls away from Cloud Continent to a faraway place. He suspected that they had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to Bastard, the innate void restoration stage seems to be the name of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, the familiar voice continued to sound from the voice transmission jade slip. The innate void restoration stage is the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent. First-rate martial emperors are considered to be at the peak of the Cloud Continent. However, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, they're only at the peak of the mortal stage. Therefore, you mustn't be arrogant. At this time, I'm sure you're curious about the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'll explain it to you. The Dao Martial Saint Land is another continent in this world. Just like the Cloud Continent, this place respects the law of the jungle where the strong are respected. However, the martial emperors of the Cloud Continent can't be considered as strong here. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the peak of the mortal stage is the innate void restoration stage. After entering the innate void restoration stage, you'll cultivate all the way to the peak of the innate stage before you begin to transform. To describe this transformation in layman terms, it's called mortal shedding. After the innate stage is the mortal shedding stage. Once you enter the mortal shedding stage, you'll be considered to have stepped into the threshold of becoming a powerhouse in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Above the mortal shedding stage is the Saint Rudiment stage. This is the so-called Saint Rudiment stage. After the Saint Rudiment stage is the Saint stage. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the mortal shedding stage is considered as stepping into the threshold of being a powerhouse. Those who are publicly acknowledged as powerhouses are all at the saint stage or above. Now, you should know the meaning of the words "there's always someone better than you," right? Compared to the Tao Martial Saint Land, Cloud Continent is just a mortal continent. The familiar voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, showing him another world, the Tao Martial Saint Land. He had heard a little about the Tao Martial Saint Land from Wang Ba, so he was not surprised at all. However, although he was not surprised, his heart was still filled with yearning for the Tao Martial Saint Land. There are many places in the Tao Martial Saint Land that are different from the Cloud Continent. For example, there are only martial cultivators on the Cloud Continent. However, in the Tao Martial Saint Land, apart from martial cultivators, there are also Tao cultivators and devil cultivators. Not only that, in the Tao Martial Saint Land, no matter how strong one is, they won't be able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Not only that, the saint-grade martial tactic in the Tao Martial Saint Land is the real technique. No matter how strong the martial skill on the Cloud Continent is, it's just a vassal of strength. In the Cloud Continent, as long as one's strength is strong enough, one can defeat someone who has cultivated a heaven-rank martial skill but is much weaker than oneself without using any martial skill. However, this won't happen in the Tao Martial Saint Land. All in all, the Tao Martial Saint Land is a place full of miracles. I didn't bring you with me when I left the Cloud Continent because I hoped you could stay on the Cloud Continent to train so that you'd have a better foothold in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1263. A familiar voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears as he roughly explained some things about the Tao Martial Saint Land to him. He was confused by many of the things. Based on what my cheapskate father said, it seems like he purposely didn't bring me to the Tao Martial Saint Land. The reason he did that was to train me. Duan Ling Tian was confused. Since he had lost some of his memories, he could not remember when his cheapskate father left Cloud Continent. Not only that, but he also discovered something extremely terrifying. Although he knew he had a cheapskate father in his memory, he could not remember his cheapskate father's appearance or anything else. Soon after, the familiar voice continued to sound. Since you've already broken through to the innate void restoration stage, then you have the ability to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic. I've left you a set of saint-grade martial tactic. I hope it'll be helpful to you. I won't say anything unnecessary. I've already arranged for someone to look for you when you arrive at the Tao Martial Saint Land. He'll bring you to me. His voice stopped abruptly at this point, as if he had been interrupted before he could finish speaking. Duan Ling Tian could tell the voice was indeed cut off abruptly. What's going on? His voice was interrupted at the most critical moment. Duan Ling Tian was frustrated. At the same time, he picked up the voice transmission jade slip in his hand and began to examine it carefully. Soon after, he discovered there were a few cracks on the voice transmission jade slip that were difficult to detect. The cracks on the voice transmission jade slip. Could it be that they were caused by me forcefully opening it a few times before? It was easy for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. The inside of the exquisite jade box was filled with hard jade walls. Once the things inside were violently shaken, it would inevitably be damaged. I'm in big trouble now. Father said he's arranged for someone to bring me to see him when I arrive at the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, something's wrong with the voice transmission jade slip at the most critical moment. I don't even know where the person he's arranged is. Since I don't know where the person he's arranged is, I won't be able to see him, and he won't be able to bring me to see him. When Duan Ling Tian revealed a gloomy expression, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a bitter smile. It seems like I won't be able to see my cheapskate father immediately when I arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, the bitter smile on his face became even more pronounced. However, Duan Ling Tian quickly regained his composure. He knew very well that since the matter had already been decided, it was useless for him to overthink it. Father said. He left me a set of Saint Grade martial tactic. After Duan Ling Tian returned, he put the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. He looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand. Within the exquisite jade box, besides the voice transmission jade slip, there was only a thick jade slip left. This is the Saint Grade martial tactic father left me. Duan Ling Tian looked at the jade slip in a daze. However, he quickly regained his senses and took the jade slip out of the exquisite jade box. He infused his origin energy into it in an attempt to pry into the mystery inside. However, his origin energy did not resonate with the jade slip at all. Could it be that my cultivation base is not high enough so I can't read the information inside? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could figure it out now. The set of Saint Grade martial tactic that his father had left behind in the voice transmission jade slip must be stored in this jade slip. After testing his origin energy, Duan Ling Tian tried to infuse his spiritual energy into the jade slip again. At the same time when Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy came into contact with the jade slip, boom! Strands of vast and complicated information fused into his mind and became a part of his memory. All the information seemed to have been engraved in his mind. It was difficult for him to forget it. This is the Saint Grade martial tactic. After roughly reading the information in the jade slip, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. This information was a set of martial skills that surpassed heaven-class high-grade martial skills. Naturally, martial tactic was what Cloud Continent called it. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was called the Saint Grade martial tactic. It was extremely helpful to a martial cultivator. It could be said that it was an important part of a martial cultivator's strength. Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned the name of the Saint Grade martial tactic. At the same time, he also learned that it was a set of long-range offensive Saint Grade martial tactic. To cultivate this set of Saint Grade martial tactic, apart from the cultivation base of the innate void restoration stage, one must also have a set of Saint weapon bow and arrow. Duan Ling Tian learned all this from the Saint Grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. I wonder if the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's above grade 1 spirit weapons is considered a saint weapon. Bastard! Bastard! The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he began to call out to Wang Ba who was residing in his body. To be more precise, he was calling out to Wang Ba's soul. You're so noisy. Boy, why are you calling me? This time, Wang Ba responded. Based on his tired voice, it was obvious he had just woken up. Wang Ba, what kind of weapon is considered a saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Saint weapon? Don't you have one yourself? Wang Ba said in annoyance, isn't your sword a human rank primitive saint weapon? Also, the long spear in the hand of the innate void restoration stage guy that you fought with the devil seal tablet is also a human rank primitive saint weapon. There's also the devil seal tablet. It's a super saint weapon that's above the heaven rank primitive saint weapon. Wang Ba finished his sentence in one breath. Human rank primitive saint weapon? Heaven rank primitive saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He could not help but ask curiously, how are the grades of saint weapons categorized? Saint weapons are divided into heaven, earth, and human ranks. Their heaven rank saint weapons, earth rank saint weapons, and human rank saint weapons. Among them, heaven rank saint weapons are the best, and human rank saint weapons are the worst. Whether it's heaven rank saint weapons, earth rank saint weapons, or human rank saint weapons, they're divided into high, intermediate, and low ranks. High rank is the best, and low rank is the worst. Human rank primitive saint weapons are the worst saint weapons. Heaven rank primitive saint weapons are the best saint weapons. Of course, this doesn't include the super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Super saint weapons are saint weapons that are above the heaven rank primitive saint weapons. The Devil Seal Tablet is one of the super saint weapons. Wang Ba continued. Since it's a super saint weapon, why didn't you put it away for me? When Duan Lingtian heard Wang Ba's words, he had a better understanding of saint weapons. At the same time, he felt depressed. According to Wang Ba's words, the Devil Seal Tablet belonged to him. The Devil Seal Tombstone was his to begin with. However, it was thrown away by Wang Ba. Humph. I told you, I don't like it. Wang Ba snorted. As a devil cultivator, he could not use the Devil Seal Tablet even if it was a super saint weapon. Not only could he not use it, but he would also suffer a backlash. Due to this reason, the Devil Seal Tablet was no different from trash in his eyes. Why you threw it away just because you don't like it? Duan Lingtian was furious when he heard Wang Ba's words. A super saint weapon was gone just like that. It was hard for him not to feel depressed. Wang Ba could not use the super saint weapon, but he could. This was because he was not a devil cultivator. Now, I can only wait until I regain my memory and remember where I left the Devil Seal Tablet. Then, I'll go and take it back. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he thought of this, he felt much better. According to Wang Ba, when he was devilified by the Devil Seal Tablet, he was fighting an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. In the end, he did not take the Devil Seal Tablet with him when he left. An innate void restoration stage martial cultivator was also known as an Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to take the Devil Seal Tablet back from the Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian relaxed his body and allowed Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, to bring him north. At the same time, he read the information about the Colossal Aerolite Arrow in his mind. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow was a set of saint-grade martial tactic. Its power was far beyond any of the martial techniques that he had mastered. It could pierce through thousands of steps without missing a target. This was the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. If I want to cultivate this Colossal Aerolite Arrow, I'll have to break through to the Emperor Wu stage first. Apart from that, I'll also have to refine a set of saint-grade bow and arrows. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. According to the memory that I've recovered, as long as I have the materials, I can refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon now. The sword in my hand is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Apart from that, there seems to be a spirit weapon that's even more powerful than a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in my spatial ring. I think it's called a royal grade spirit weapon. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he quietly took out a sword from his spatial ring. This sword was completely dim and lusterless, as if it had returned to its original state. This sword had indeed returned to its original state because it was not as simple as it looked. It was a royal grade spirit sword. In other words, it was a royal grade spirit sword. Once it was used, it could increase one's strength by 120%. Bastard, can you tell the grade of this sword? Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba again. Brat, are you done yet? Isn't this a human rank mediocre saint weapon? Wang Ba's voice resonated. Initially, he was a little impatient. However, he could not help but exclaim when he saw the royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Brat, are you sure you're from the mortal continent? Wang Ba's voice resonated again. It was filled with suspicion. He had no choice but to be suspicious. Chapter 1264. It's only a human rank mediocre saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian was disappointed when he heard the first part of Wang Ba's words. However, he completely ignored the second part of Wang Ba's words. According to my memory, I can only refine a human rank mediocre saint weapon like this even if I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed as he looked at the royal grade spirit sword in his hand before he put it away. A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon on Cloud Continent was equivalent to a human rank primitive saint weapon in the Dao martial saint land. A royal grade spirit weapon was equivalent to a human rank mediocre saint weapon. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a certain understanding of the saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. Since I can only cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow after I break through to the Emperor Wu stage, I'll refine the bow and arrows after I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. He wanted to refine a set of royal grade spirit bows and arrows to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. A royal grade spirit weapon was also a human rank mediocre saint weapon. It could be used to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. As time passed by, Duan Ling Tian completely retracted his thoughts. He no longer thought about anything else as he cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and comprehended the 2 profundities. His strength was increasing with every passing moment. Although the speed of improvement was not fast, the improvement was not small as time went by. Duan Ling Tian was the only exception. The other 9 people, including Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhongan, the 3 Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were also cultivating with their eyes closed. Perhaps, this was one of the reasons why the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu brought the group of people to the hidden fog island with his own strength. He wanted to give them more time to cultivate and comprehend in peace so that they could improve their strength as much as possible. After all, the purpose of the trip to the hidden fog island was for the hidden fog martial competition. In the hidden fog martial competition, the performance of the people he brought would affect his reputation and Ling Xian Peak's reputation. He had no choice but to care. It had to be said that as an existence at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu realm, the speed of the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yang Hui was very fast. It only took him 10 days to bring Duan Ling Tian and the others to pass through the northern area of the inner land of Cloud Continent that was shrouded in snow and entered the Ruoshui River. The Ruoshui River surrounded the inner land of Cloud Continent. It was also the dividing line between the inner land and the outer land of Cloud Continent. The Ruoshui River in the north was snowing heavily, but the surface of the Ruoshui River was as calm as before. There was no ice, and there was no violent turbulence. With Yang Hui's speed, it only took him a few days to bring Duan Ling Tian and the others across the Ruoshui River and entered the northern outer continent of Cloud Continent. The northern outer land was undoubtedly even colder. The heavy snow continued to fall mercilessly. However, when it reached the top of the group of people led by Yang Hui, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. The white snow that landed on the invisible force was constantly pushed away. However, before it was pushed away, the pure white snow still piled up into a thick layer. The invisible force on the group of people looked like a gigantic eggshell when it was set off by the falling white snow. This was the force of Yang Hui, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. It was the force that guided Duan Ling Tian and the others to move forward. Apart from guiding them forward, this force also blocked the wind and snow completely. No matter how cold and harsh the environment outside was, it could not affect them. Half a month later, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yang Hui brought Duan Ling Tian and the others to the border of the northern outer land of Cloud Continent. When they arrived, the snow and ice stopped, and the weather became warmer. Standing in the air, all they could see was a vast and boundless ocean. Looking from afar, the ocean and the sky were the same color. At this moment, Yang Hui intentionally slowed down. "We're at the beach." The group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, woke up one after another. They temporarily stopped cultivating and focused on the boundless ocean in front of them. Even someone at the first level of Emperor Wu stage would need half a year to leave Cloud Continent and head to the Hidden Fog Island, one of the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Lingtian recalled what the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu said earlier. However, with the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's speed, it's much faster than someone at the first level of Emperor Wu stage. We should be able to reach the Hidden Fog Island in a few months at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The group of people looked at the boundless ocean in front of them and lost their interest. The ocean in front of them seemed to have never changed. There was nothing new about it, causing the group of people to lose interest immediately. Let's continue our journey. Upon seeing this, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yanghui said nonchalantly and continued to lead the group of people to the north. He had stopped earlier because he wanted to use another way to tell the group that they were leaving Cloud Continent soon. At this moment, under Yang Hui's lead, the group of people officially left Cloud Continent and entered the boundless ocean. Their destination was the Hidden Fog Island. Master. After leaving Cloud Continent for some distance, Yang Hui's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, could not help but ask, I heard that there's an ocean that completely separates the overseas Saint Islands from Cloud Continent after leaving Cloud Continent for some distance. The heaven and earth energy there is completely different from the heaven and earth energy in the ocean around Cloud Continent. The heaven and earth energy in the overseas Saint Islands won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Is that true? Zhong'an looked at Yang Hui with bright eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. It won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Upon hearing Zhong'an's words, the group of people, including Zhou Di and Song Ting, shifted their gaze to Yang Hui. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as well. Even Duan Lingtian was looking at Yang Hui. According to the message my cheapskate father left behind in the voice transmission jade slip, he only said that when martial, Tao, and devil cultivators fight in the Tao martial saint land, they won't mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. But according to Zhong'an, as long as we leave the ocean outside Cloud Continent and arrive at the overseas Saint Islands, the heaven and earth energy there won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon. The heaven and earth phenomenon was formed when a martial artist from Cloud Continent attacked and mobilized the heaven and earth energy. On Cloud Continent, anyone could know a martial artist's actual strength through the heaven and earth phenomenon formed when he attacked and mobilized the heaven and earth energy. For example, the strength of the ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons, and ancient black dragons was comparable to the strength of the ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons, and ancient black dragons. They would all appear in the form of the heaven and earth phenomenon, also known as the silhouette. However, after leaving Cloud Continent and entering the overseas Saint Islands, such a heaven and earth phenomenon would no longer appear. If that's really the case, the heaven and earth phenomenon can be considered as one of Cloud Continent's characteristics. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he could not help but think to himself. That's right. Yang Hui nodded in the face of Zhong'an's question. However, there's still a distance from here to the ocean. With the speed I'm bringing all of you along, we should be able to cross the ocean in a month's time. Master, can you wake us up a month later and let us see it? Zhong'an asked with bright eyes. Sure. Yang Hui glanced at Duan Lingtian first. When he saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be interested as well, he nodded. Zhong'an's face was instantly filled with excitement. The remaining 9 people, including Duan Lingtian, Zhou Di, and Song Ting, also had a look of anticipation on their faces as they looked forward to the arrival of a month later. Ever since they were born, they had lived on Cloud Continent where they could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon when they attacked. To them, the heaven and earth phenomenon had long become a part of their lives. However, now that they found out that no matter how they attacked in the ocean outside Cloud Continent, they would not be able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Everyone wanted to test it out to see if it was true. If they did not test it out for themselves, it would only be a rumor to them and would not be taken seriously. In the next month, the 10 of them, including Duan Lingtian, cultivated their respective cultivation methods calmly and comprehended their respective profundities to improve their strength. A month's time passed by very quickly. At this moment, Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, who was leading Duan Lingtian and the others, slowed down until he finally came to a stop. Duan Lingtian and Zhou Di were the first to wake up when Yang Hui called out to them. Subsequently, Zhou Di woke up his 2 junior brothers, Song Ting and Zhong'an. The rest of them were also woken up by Zhong'an. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked around. All he could see was a vast ocean. The ocean and the sky merged together, making him feel as though he was in a blue world. The white clouds in the sky were the only decorations in this blue world. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Yang Hui withdrew his energy. Waves of sea breeze blew past, causing everyone's robes to flutter loudly. At the same time, the fishy smell of the ocean entered everyone's noses along with the sea breeze, causing them to smell the rich scent of the ocean. Master, have we left the ocean? Zhou Di looked at Yang Hui and asked respectfully. Yes. Yang Hui nodded nonchalantly under everyone's watchful eyes. At this moment, everyone's eyes, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. At the same time, waves of origin energy began to rise from their bodies. It was as though they had transformed into balls of milky white flames that soared into the sky. Duan Lingtian's origin energy surged. After a while, he lifted his head and looked above him. Above the void, there was only silence. The heaven and earth energy did not seem to be moving at all. There really isn't any heaven and earth energy. If there isn't any heaven and earth energy, let alone the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked. After withdrawing his origin energy, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the others. He realized that if it was not for his spiritual energy, he would not have been able to see through their cultivation bases. Chapter 1265. Nothing is too strange in the colossal world. After leaving Cloud Continent, I can't see the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy anymore. After confirming it, Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim to himself. Just like the others, he was used to fighting alongside the heaven and earth phenomenon. Now that he had left Cloud Continent without the heaven and earth phenomenon, he was not used to it. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Even the 9 people, including Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong'an, who were Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were shocked when they regained their senses. This is amazing. After leaving Cloud Continent and coming to the overseas world, the heaven and earth energy didn't form the heaven and earth phenomenon. In other words, no matter how powerful one is in the overseas world, one won't easily expose their strength due to the appearance of the heaven and earth phenomenon. What a magical overseas world! Many people whispered among themselves. They could not help but exclaim. The 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, only regained their senses after a while. Each of them felt as though they had entered a brand new world. This brand new world shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, made his move again. A majestic and vast invisible energy swept out from his body and guided Duan Lingtian and the rest to continue their journey. Overseas Saint Island, Hidden Fog Island. That was the destination of their trip. Their goal was to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition held on the Hidden Fog Island. At that time, they would encounter many powerhouses from Cloud Continent like them. With our speed, how long will it take to reach the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui. About 2 months, Yang Hui replied. Yes. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again. Although he seemed to be resting, he had actually begun to cultivate and comprehend his 2 profundities. Just as Duan Lingtian and the rest were getting closer to the hidden fog island, the inner land of Cloud Continent was not peaceful either. Originally, only the southern area of the inner land of Cloud Continent was stirred up by the Lingtian sect. Subsequently, the people from the inner land of Cloud Continent discovered that the ancient Han clan that had always kept a low profile had also joined in. They were even willing to be Lingtian sect's lackey. The powerhouses of the Han clan went all out and swept across the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It only took them 2 to 3 months to make more than 80% of the first-rate forces in the inner land willingly submit to the Lingtian sect. For a time, the name of the Lingtian sect spread far and wide, and it became a household name in the inner land of Cloud Continent. It was no longer limited to the southern region of the inland. It was worth mentioning that when the powerhouses from the Han clan were willing to be the pawns of Lingtian's sect and intimidate many first-rate forces in the inner land for the Lingtian sect, another ancient clan had intervened. According to the ancient clan, as a reclusive ancient clan, the Han clan should not have caused such a big commotion on the Cloud Continent. Just when many people thought the two ancient clans were going to fight, the ancient clan suddenly gave in. Not only did it give in, but it was even willing to be the pawns of the Lingtian sect along with the Han clan. For a time, the name of the Lingtian sect spread across the entire inner land of the Cloud Continent. It even spread to the outer land at an extremely fast speed. In the history of the Cloud Continent, there had never been such an exaggerated sect. I heard that the Lingtian sect was originally a low-level first-rate force in an inconspicuous corner in the southern region of the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It was transformed from a low-level first-rate force called the Yin-Yang sect. I've heard about it too. However, I never thought that this force would rise so quickly and so exaggeratedly. The two ancient clans on the Cloud Continent are existences that even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and the Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent are afraid of. They're actually willing to be the pawns of the Yin-Yang sect and follow it everywhere. How unbelievable! I really don't know why the two ancient clans are willing to be the Yin-Yang sect's pawns. After all, even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and the Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent might not be able to make the two ancient clans submit to them. Similar discussions were spreading everywhere in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Anyone who heard of the Lingtian sect would be interested in the Lingtian sect. There were even many talented martial artists who wanted to join the Lingtian sect. The Lingtian sect was a powerful force that could command the two ancient clans. It was enough to make anyone yearn for it. Another half a month went by. At this time, all of the well-known first-rate forces in the inner land of the Cloud Continent had become the vassals of the Lingtian sect. Apart from having to hand over a large amount of origin stones every year, they also had to give away some genius disciples. At the same time, the Lingtian sect moved their base to the central area of the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It was a taller mountain peak. This mountain peak was bigger and wider than the previous Lingtian peak. This mountain peak was originally the base of an upper-class first-rate force in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Since the acting sect leader of the Lingtian sect, Han Xuanai, took a liking to it, the Han clan took it for themselves and gave it to Han Xuanai and the Lingtian sect. From now on, this will be the new Lingtian peak. After the Lingtian sect moved to this new base, Han Xuanai ordered everyone from the Lingtian sect to gather and announced calmly. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. At this moment, apart from the three little fellows by Han Xuanai's side who maintained a calm expression, the rest of the people were overjoyed. They could not suppress their excitement. Of course, at the same time, the group of people looked at Han Xuanai with reverence. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was this yellow-clad young girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old who led the three little monsters by her side to defeat the first-rate forces in the southern area of the Cloud Continent. Then, she even made the ancient Han clan work for the Lingtian sect. That was not all. When another ancient clan wanted to stop the Han clan from working for the Lingtian sect, it was also this young girl who stepped in. Not only did she help the Han clan, but she also made the ancient clan work for her and the Ling Tian sect. Although they didn't know the exact process, the result made them all feel inexplicably shocked. What's the background of the sect leader's younger sister? Not only is she powerful, but she also has 3 little fellows with powerful abilities by her side. That's not all. The most ridiculous thing is that she can even make the 2 great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent work for her. This is unbelievable. Many people were shocked, and a myriad of thoughts ran through their minds. Even Xiong Quan, although he had long realized that Han Xuanai was not simple, he did not expect it to be so ridiculous. She's just a little girl, but she has such ability. I'm afraid there's no one in the entire Cloud Continent who can compare to her. Who the hell is she? Xiong Quan was filled with curiosity about Han Xuanai's identity and background. However, no matter what, the Ling Tian sect had become a top force on the Cloud Continent. It was like the sun in the sky. A force that could make the 2 great ancient clans work for them was enough to make anyone fearful. Recently, most of the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent left the Cloud Continent with their people and headed to the Hidden Fog Island to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Otherwise, more people would be inexplicably shocked by what happened to the Ling Tian sect. Even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses were no exception. Right now, our Ling Tian sect is already standing at the peak of the Cloud Continent. However, our sect leader is still missing. Han Xuanai looked at the group of people in front of her and said slowly, "Therefore, I order. From today onward, all of our Ling Tian sect's focus will be shifted to the search for our sect leader. From today onward, the Ling Tian sect will offer a reward. Anyone who helps us find our sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, will be rewarded with 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones." When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, she added, "This reward is also valid for our Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples, 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones." Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, many people's eyes lit up. It was as though they could see 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones waving at them. 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones was enough to make most people go crazy. On top of that, I'll ask the 2 great ancient clans to help us find our Ling Tian sect leader. Han Xuanai continued. The moment Han Xuanai's words left her mouth, many people looked anxious. It was as though they were afraid the 2 great ancient clans would snatch the reward that belonged to them. The 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones. The news of Han Xuanai's reward quickly spread from the Ling Tian sect. Ling Tian sect was looking for their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. Anyone who provided clues to help the Ling Tian sect find Duan Ling Tian would be rewarded with 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones. For a time, everyone who heard about the reward went crazy. 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones. Even the first-rate forces in the inner land of the Cloud Continent could not come up with so many Supreme Grade Origin Stones in such a short time. One could imagine the value of so many Supreme Grade Origin Stones. Just as the Ling Tian sect was frantically searching for Duan Ling Tian, Han Xuanai temporarily left the Ling Tian sect. She went to the 2 great ancient clans' encampments. On that day, she left the 2 great ancient clans again. At that moment, the 2 great ancient clans began to send people to search for Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. They did not dare to be negligent. Ling Xian Peak was not far from the Ling Tian sect's new encampment. Ever since the owner of Ling Xian Peak, Ling Xian Emperor Wu, left with 10 of his most outstanding subordinates, the atmosphere in Ling Xian Peak was not as good as before. It had always been lifeless. It was only until the news of the reward from the Ling Tian sect spread to Ling Xian Peak that Ling Xian Peak became lively again. Chapter 1266. Ling Tian Sect. Duan Ling Tian Sect. In Ling Xian Peak, 2 young men who looked exactly the same looked at each other. They could see the shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. Nangong Chen. Do you think the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is looking for, Duan Ling Tian sect, is the Duan Ling Tian sect that we know? After the red-clothed young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, he looked at the blue-clothed young man and asked with a dull expression. The time that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect, went missing. It's almost the same time that we met Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, when we met Duan Ling Tian had lost his memory. The blue-clad young man with a cold expression deduced in an orderly manner. Gulp. The red-clothed young man once again swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After a long while, he finally said with some difficulty, "Your deduction really matches. If that's the case, then the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is looking for, Duan Ling Tian sect, is the Duan Ling Tian sect that we know." When the red-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with shock and astonishment. Ling Tian sect. With the help of the two great ancient clans, it only took them a few months to wipe out all the first-rate forces in the inner land of Cloud Continent. Then, the red-clad young man gasped and muttered, "Isn't Duan Ling Tian sect a little too terrifying?" Although Duan Ling Tian sect is powerful, it's not enough to intimidate the two great ancient clans. The blue-clad young man said coolly, "Moreover, Duan Ling Tian sect has already left Ling Xian Peak and Cloud Continent with Spirit-Profound Emperor Wu." In other words, the commotion caused by Ling Tian sect has nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian sect. No matter what, we should make a trip to Ling Tian sect. Once we confirm that the Duan Ling Tian sect we know is the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is looking for, Duan Ling Tian sect. At that time, we can greet Ling Tian sect. The red-clad young man said. "Let's go." The blue-clad young man was a man of few words. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The red-clad young man quickly followed him and left Ling Xian Peak together. The twin brothers who left Ling Xian Peak were none other than Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. After they left Ling Xian Peak, they headed straight to Ling Tian sect's encampment, Ling Tian Peak. Ling Tian sect's encampment was very close to Ling Xian Peak after their family moved. It only took a few days for Nangong and his brother to arrive at Ling Tian Peak. However, they were stopped by a few Ling Tian sect's disciples who were patrolling the area. Ling Tian sect's encampment. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The Ling Tian sect's disciple who was the leader looked at Nangong and his brother and said nonchalantly, "We want to see the person who's in charge of Ling Tian sect now." Nangong Yi said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. "Our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader isn't someone who anyone can meet." The Ling Tian sect's disciple who was the leader said, "What if I say I know where the Duan Ling Tian sect is?" Nangong Yi asked again. Boom. Nangong Yi's words were like a bolt from the blue. It shocked the few Ling Tian sect's disciples until they regained their senses after a while. You said you know our sect leader." The few Ling Tian sect's disciples' eyes were a little dazed. The Ling Tian sect's disciple who was the leader was a tall middle-aged man. Now that he heard Nangong Yi's words, there was a strange gleam in the depth of his eyes. "Humph." Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face sank, and he grunted in a low voice. "Since our Ling Tian sect issued the bounty, many people said they knew the location of our Ling Tian sect's sect leader. However, the news was all false. Among them, some people said they wanted to see our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader, but their original intention was to sneak into our Ling Tian sect with ill intentions. You said you know where our Ling Tian sect's sect leader is. Why should we believe you?" As the middle-aged man finished speaking, he asked indifferently. "So long as I see the person in charge of your Ling Tian sect, I'll naturally make him believe me," Nangong Yi said. On the way to the Ling Tian sect, they found out about some things and found out about the origin of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect. He came from the southern outer continent of Cloud Continent. The southern outer continent was the common hometown of them and the Duan Lingtian sect leader they knew. Due to this reason, they confirmed it at that time. The sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian sect, was the Duan Lingtian sect leader they knew. They were the same person. However, Duan Lingtian sect leader did not know what happened and suddenly lost his memory. He even forgot his own name until he met them by chance. After that, they went to Lingxian Peak with Duan Lingtian sect leader. Although the three of them did not become Emperor Wu's disciples or followers in Lingxian Peak, the treatment they received in Lingxian Peak was not inferior to the three direct disciples of Emperor Wu under Emperor Wu. The two of them were able to enjoy all this because of Duan Lingtian sect leader. Because of this, they sighed in their hearts more than once. As long as it's gold, it will shine no matter where it goes. Follow me. The leader of the Lingtian sect's disciples, the tall middle-aged man, looked at Nangong Yi deeply before he glanced at Nangong Chen and said nonchalantly, "All of you, continue to patrol." Before he brought Nangong Chen and his brother away, the middle-aged man looked at the other Lingtian sect's disciples and ordered. Yes. The few Lingtian sect's disciples accepted the order respectfully and left immediately. Both of you, please. After the middle-aged man called out to Nangong Chen and his brother, he took the lead and flew out. However, the direction he flew was opposite to Lingtian Peak. Nangong Yi immediately frowned and asked, "Where are you bringing us?" "Both of you might not know. Our Lingtian sect's acting sect leader is usually not on Lingtian Peak. She's usually cultivating in a valley that's thousands of miles east of Lingtian Peak." The middle-aged man said. "So that's how it is." Nangong Yi came to a realization. Then, he and Nangong Chen followed the middle-aged man and headed east. However, when they were thousands of miles east, Nangong Chen and his brother realized that they had entered an endless desert. They looked around and could not even see a mountain, let alone a valley. This was a place where even birds would not shit. You lied to us." At that moment, Nangong Chen and his brother finally reacted. Nangong Yi looked at the middle-aged man angrily and shouted coldly, "Both of you, I'm not lying to you." The middle-aged man stood at the side and looked at Nangong Chen and his brother nonchalantly. He said, "I'm just fulfilling my duty. Only when I'm certain that you know where our Lingtian sect leader is, can I bring you to see our acting sect leader of Lingtian sect." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Nangong Yi's expression softened a little. "Since that's the case, there's no need for you to do that. We're friends with your Lingtian sect leader, Duan Lingtian. Then, Nangong Yi told the middle-aged man about his encounter with Duan Lingtian who had lost his memory. At the same time, he told him about Duan Lingtian's characteristics. "It's really the sect leader." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up immediately. His breathing quickened. At the same time, he looked at Nangong Yi and asked anxiously, "Where's our sect leader?" "You just have to confirm that the person we're talking about is your Lingtian sect leader." Nangong Yi said nonchalantly, "As for where he is, I'll naturally tell your Lingtian sect's acting sect leader in detail when I see him." At that moment, he became more cautious. The Lingtian sect's disciple in front of him gave him a feeling that he had to be on guard against him. "If you don't tell me this, I won't bring you to see our Lingtian sect's acting sect leader." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Perhaps you know our Lingtian sect's missing sect leader, but you might not know where he is. I have to remind you that our acting sect leader is very busy. If you see her and don't tell me where the sect leader is, she'll kill you in a fit of rage. You don't have to worry about that." Nangong Yi said confidently. Seeing how confident Nangong Yi was, a trace of undetectable greed rose in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes. However, he still pretended to be calm as he said, "Both of you, I think it's best if you tell me where our Lingtian sect leader is. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the acting sect leader." You're finally showing your foxtail. I think you're the one who's greedy. You want the reward of 1,000 supreme grade origin stones, right? From the beginning until the end, Nangong Yi, who was standing next to Nangong Yi with a cold expression on his face, snorted coldly as he mocked the middle-aged man. If we don't see your Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader, we won't tell you where the Duan Ling Tian is. Nangong Yi also looked at the middle-aged man cautiously. At that moment, he was completely certain that the middle-aged man in front of him had the intention of finding out where the Duan Ling Tian was from them. Then, he would go and claim the reward of 1,000 supreme grade origin stones from the Ling Tian sect. Ha 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 ha, when the middle-aged man heard the words of the Nangong brothers, he could not help but laugh out loud. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. I can't believe both of you still managed to find out. The middle-aged man looked at the two Nangong brothers and smirked. However, do both of you have any other choice now? If you don't tell me where our Ling Tian sect's sect leader is, I'll kill both of you immediately. When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. We're friends of your sect leader. Do you dare to kill us? Nangong Yi's face turned grave. In this godforsaken place, how would the sect leader know even if I kill both of you? The middle-aged man said nonchalantly. Humph. You're just a mere Ling Tian sect's disciple, and you dare to say that you'll kill us? What a joke. Nangong Yi snorted softly. At the same time, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. The sky above his head trembled as the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon, revealing his 6th level martial monarch stage cultivation base. The 6th level martial monarch stage is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, I'm not a disciple of Ling Tian sect, but an elder of Ling Tian sect. Chapter 1267. Whoosh! As the heaven and earth energy above the middle-aged man's head stirred, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. An ancient black dragon silhouette and 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 8th level martial monarch stage. The scene before their eyes caused the Nangong brothers to turn pale. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. It was no wonder he dared to bring them to such a secluded place. Soon after, the Nangong brothers began to fight with the middle-aged man. Even the most powerful Nangong brothers, Nangong Chen, was only at the 7th level martial monarch stage. He was slightly inferior to the other party when he unleashed his full strength. Fortunately, Nangong Yi was there to assist them. However, as time went by, the Nangong brothers were in a dangerous situation. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now if the other party wanted to get information about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts from them. Naturally, they knew this very well. Even if they told them about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, the other party would not let them go. They were well aware of this. Flee. In the end, the Nangong brothers chose to flee. Trying to flee. The middle-aged man sneered in disdain when he saw the Nangong brothers fleeing. In his opinion, the two of them would not be able to defeat him even if they joined forces. It was impossible for them to escape from under his nose. However, when he caught up to them, he soon realized that was not the case. The speed of the blue-clad young man's movement martial skill was even faster than his. Even when he was carrying the red-clad young man, his speed was not inferior to his. Whoosh! Nangong Chen took the lead and fled with Nangong Yi. Although his speed was slightly slower, he was not inferior to the middle-aged man who was chasing after them. Fortunately, my movement martial skill is much better than his. Nangong Chen still had a lingering fear in his heart. Just as the Nangong brothers were being chased. In Lingxian Peak, a few Lingxian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples who were in charge of intelligence gathered in a secluded cave and whispered to each other. According to my various deductions, we can basically confirm that Lord Ling Tian is the sect leader that the Ling Tian sect is searching for. One of them said. Now that Lord Emperor Wu and Lord Ling Tian are not here, even Lord Ling Tian's two friends have left Ling Xian Peak. What should we do? Go to the sect Ling sect and reveal Lord Ling Tian's whereabouts? Another person asked. What? You want those 1,000 Supreme Origin Stones? Someone sneered. Ling Tian sect leader. As for the Ling Tian sect, it. Ling Tian. Sect and let him. Is. The last person said. The other three people agreed with the last person's words. If that's the case, we'll put this matter aside for now. We'll explain to Lord Emperor Wu and Lord Ling Tian when they return. Alright. It's decided then. The few Ling Xian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples who were in charge of intelligence decided to keep their mouths shut about Duan Ling Tian. They would wait until the spirit profound Emperor Wu and Duan Ling Tian returned. Due to their decision and the fact that the Nangong brothers were being chased, Han Xuanai and the people from the Ling Tian sect only found out about Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts later on. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all of this. Currently, he was being brought to the hidden fog island by the spirit profound Emperor Wu. They were getting closer and closer to the hidden fog island. Huh? Duan Ling Tian, who was being brought to the hidden fog island by the spirit profound Emperor Wu, woke up from his cultivation. When he lifted his head, he saw layers of fog in the distance. The fog covered his eyes and completely blocked the view in front of him. We'll reach the hidden fog island in about 10 days once we enter the area shrouded in fog. Spirit profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, immediately noticed Duan Ling Tian had woken up. 10 days. That's fast. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Overseas Saint Island, hidden fog island. It would only take about 10 days to reach the destination. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's mood was more or less affected. After all, this was his first time leaving Cloud Continent in his life. We've been away from Cloud Continent for so long. Did any demon beasts attack us along the way? Duan Ling Tian asked Yang Hui. He was curious about this. How is that possible? Yang Hui said, there were at least 10 demon beasts with a cultivation base at the Demon Emperor stage who wanted to attack us along the way. I killed 3 of them and the rest retreated in fear. Retreated in fear? Just when Duan Ling Tian was stunned, he noticed the calm ocean in front of them suddenly shook. A gigantic creature left the ocean at lightning speed and rose into the sky, blocking their path. It was a demon beast the size of a small hill. It stood there and gave off an immense pressure. This demon beast was completely black. Its body was covered with regular scales. Its 4 sharp claws were like an eagle's claws. From afar, it looked like a gigantic bear standing there. Even its head was similar to a bear's. This is a Stygian scale bear, one of the demon beasts unique to the overseas Saint Island. This demon beast's strength is comparable to a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist. Its brute force is amazing. However, although it has the strength of a first-level Demon Emperor stage martial artist, it's different from an ordinary first-level Demon Emperor stage martial artist. The Stygian scale bear's intelligence is extremely low, and it can't transform into a human. Yang Hui's words entered Duan Ling Tian's ears when he was studying the demon beast that was the size of a small hill. Stygian scale bear. Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. His eyes narrowed suddenly. This was because he noticed the Stygian scale bear was moving. Its mountain-like body was charging towards them. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. This is a Stygian scale bear. I encountered one half a month ago, and I killed it with one strike. Brother Ling Tian, do you want to try? Due to its low intelligence, it can't transform into a human. This Stygian scale bear is different from ordinary demon emperors. It doesn't know how to use spirit weapons. Yang Hui did not seem to be nervous when he saw the Stygian scale bear charging towards them. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. First level Demon Emperor stage. Doesn't know how to use spirit weapons? In Duan Lingtian's memory, let alone demon emperors, even demon monarchs and void transformation stage demon beasts who could transform into humans were no different from humans. When they fought, they would also use spirit weapons. Leave it to me. Duan Lingtian moved away from the protective shield formed by Yang Hui's energy and charged towards the Stygian scale bear. In his opinion, a first-level Demon Emperor stage demon beast like the Stygian scale bear that did not know how to use spirit weapons was not a threat to him at all. In fact, he was confident he could kill it with one punch without using any spirit weapons. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Duan Lingtian's body moved. The 5-colored energy on his body skyrocketed and formed a rainbow as he charged towards the Stygian scale bear as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. Roar! At this moment, the Stygian scale bear noticed Duan Lingtian who was charging towards it. It lifted its head and roared loudly. Its sharp claws whistled as the wind whistled. Its sharp claws were as fast as lightning as it charged towards Duan Lingtian who was charging towards it. Faced with the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws, Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging. Instead, he charged forward calmly as though he was willing to put his head under someone else's guillotine. Even Yang Hui, who had seen many things in his life, was shocked when he saw this. Courage comes from skill. Such a thought popped up in his mind for no reason. Seeing that the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up slightly. In the next moment, 9 Dragons Protection. In an instant, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body stirred and left his body without reservation. It merged perfectly with the 2 profundities that he had comprehended. Fused profundity. Sword profundity. Duan Lingtian's body emitted waves of 5-colored energy with a sharp aura. When the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were inches away, it transformed into 5-colored divine dragons that circled around Duan Lingtian's body rapidly. Almost at the same time, a layer of 5-colored light shield appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws that contained extremely terrifying energy finally landed on the shield. Boom! 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 The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed on the 5-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian's body. In an instant, a series of thunderous explosions rang out, accompanied by waves of shock waves that swept out in all directions. With Duan Lingtian and the Stygian scale bear as the center, the shock waves spread out and swept out. In addition to the surrounding air being sucked out, even the surface of the sea beneath their feet was pushed down by the shockwave. When the surface of the sea was pushed down, the seawater was pushed out in all directions, causing a huge wave to form. Roar! When the shockwave gradually weakened, the Stygian scale bear roared again. This time, the roar was filled with extreme anger. This anger originated from Duan Lingtian. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was unscathed after being hit by its attack, the Stygian scale bear was completely enraged. It raised its pair of sharp claws again, as if it wanted to attack again. What? You're not convinced? Seeing the Stygian scale bear's actions, Duan Lingtian smiled and had no intention of stopping it. Soon, the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed again. This time, its strength was even stronger. It used almost all of its strength without holding back. Boom! 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 A thunderous explosion was heard again, causing an even more terrifying shockwave. Accompanying these loud noises were the continuous sounds of air explosions in the air, as well as the sound of stormy waves being squeezed out from the surface of the sea. What a powerful defensive martial skill! Yang Hui's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already stopped moving. Inside the protective shield formed by his energy, Zhou Di and the other 8 people were cultivating without being disturbed. Inside the protective shield, they could not hear anything outside. Although the shockwave that swept out with Duan Lingtian and the Stygian scale bear as the center caused the protective shield to tremble, it did not break through. My 9 dragons protection can be considered to have entered the mastery stage. Once I enter the perfection stage, I'll be able to condense 9 divine dragons to protect my body. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.